Hello. Hi. Okay. So I'm back today to continue with what I was doing yesterday. I was going through the newish Cradle Parade chapter in Punishing Grey Raven. I didn't even really get halfway through. This chapter is quite long, but I'm having a lot of fun going through it and doing reading and doing voices for everybody, so I'm gonna keep doing it until I finish the chapter. So, to briefly explain where we were when we left off, gosh, a lot was happening. The Commandant is still lost in Lithos's weird underwater secret base amusement park looking place. It's weird and terrible. And was together with two constructs, Short Halt and Lillian, who was actually Lamia in disguise. And just recently, we succeeded at destroying Lithos's mine backups, but in doing so, unfortunately, released Cathilla, the new mother of this whole experimentation process, and now she's kinda going wild and going on a rampage. She killed Short Halt. Lamia revealed her true identity and took an egg that was revealed to be Cinderelic. And the Commandant is just kind of laying at the bottom of a well in significant pain. Oh, and also the rest of Grey Raven, in their search for the Commandant, found a room full of clone corpses of the Commandant, so that's not fun. Also one living one, but mostly corpses. So yeah, that's about where we leave off. Not exactly cheery, but here, let's go. A fish back in water, in endless despair, only one feels reborn. The torrents of fate drag deep into the deep sea. All those who have drowned, suffocated, they're all on the verge of death. In endless despair, only one feels reborn. I can do all these things now. It has hit her that she's in control of everything, so long as she holds on to the strange-looking red giant egg in her arms. Neither the entangled sea anemones, nor the arrogant sea fairies can hope to stop the weapon in her hands. This egg, what exactly is it? Cathilla can make it attack out of its own accord, and it can make me as an ascendant more powerful with it. Strange how those hetero creatures can't use it, though. She holds up the giant oddity for a good look. She finds herself drawn to it the longer she keeps her eyes on it, her mind seemingly swaying like a flickering flame in the wind. Had it not been for the mind connection of that Commandant, Lamia is sure she would have been swallowed by the same illusions that had engulfed her before. This time, however, she is able to see past those illusions with a lucid mind. This reminds me of the little match girl. In the story, the warmth and light coming from the match gives the girl the power to fight back. Lamia reaches out despite herself, her fingertip gliding over its translucent surface. At that moment, the egg, like a struck match, draws her into a dazzling shopping street. She's tempted to reach for the goods. A sudden chill makes her shiver. Lamia walks down the nearly frozen street, her consciousness fragmented like a scavenger's clothes. Guided by the mind beacon of that certain human whose whereabouts have become a mystery, Lamia makes her way into the street in the illusion. She looks at the phantoms on either side. It feels like a kaleidoscope, reflecting a colorful world with omnipotent doctors, endless dry food, bright classrooms, and intimate friends. They almost seem like they came straight out of a child's imagination. Lamia looks enviously at these things she once longed for as she lingers by a few phantoms showcases. She wants these wishes that these phantoms are displaying to come to her side. If only all of this were real. Lamia once again raises the egg, match. When her fingertips skim over its surface, a faint red glow comes to life that shows the phantoms. Instantly, the illusion becomes real and tangible. Like a personal shopping guide, the egg starts showing Lamia the life she yearns for. At 11:30 a.m., Mother prepares a hearty breakfast, and with a gentle call, the forever 16-year-old Lamia wakes up from a bedroom filled with toys, books, and stuffed animals. At noon, after breakfast, she opens her terminal to find 99 messages from friends, each one kind and eager for Lamia's reply. At 1:30 p.m., when she's finished replying to all her friends' messages, Lamia takes her father's spaceship to school in Babylonia. No. Don't replay my memories. Be peaceful. At 1:30 p.m., when she's finished replying to all her friends' messages, Lamia takes her father's spaceship to school in Babylonia. At 2 p.m., she walks to the classroom surrounded by her classmates and teachers. Her teacher proudly announces her as the top scorer on the test. At 4:30 p.m., when school ends, she hangs out with her friends. They take pictures for memory, and everyone wants a picture with Lamia. At 7 p.m., Father picks her up in his spaceship, and of course, Mother has already prepared dinner and a late-night snack. Anyone who has experienced a truly ordinary daily life can tell that these scenes are anything but ordinary. If anything, they seem more like scenes coming straight out of the life of a princess in a fairy tale. What price does one need to pay for these wishes to come true? What are the potential risks? Lamia, the little match girl, has no time to think about these. Mother. Despite herself, she's drawn toward that figure. Following her choice, the egg locks on to the future where Libya survives. Searching for key nodes. Lustrous approves Libya's pregnancy change. Lustrous does not approve Libya's pregnancy stay. Libya follows the original plan to return to the continent with a supply ship for vacation, working at an ordinary laboratory nearby. Lamia is born. Loading future preview based on user's known information. Age estimated at 16 years old. Observer's request for world event loading delayed. Lamia stands in the corridor, watching as the egg shows a peaceful golden age. She finds herself back in that familiar home, in that familiar living room, seeing her mother, whom she knows well yet barely recognizes, busy working at the workbench on something that little Lamia can't understand. Mother? The piercing cold seems to diminish slightly with her presence. Mother, is there anything to eat for dinner? Oh, I think my controller got disconnected. Okay. That's... okay, good. Everything's still working. There's plenty in the fridge. Help yourself. I've still got work to do. Mother is expressionless. This is nothing like the dream life Lamia has envisioned. Yet this future is based on reality, with only the minimal nodes changed. Where's the fridge? Mother? Finally looking up this way from work, Mother looks indifferent and makes no effort to cover her annoyance. So stupid that you can't even find the fridge. I can't imagine you'd last a day without me around. I gave up my entire future because of you. How much longer are you going to keep me stalled with all these trivialities of life? These words shatter the observer's heart, sending ripples across Lamia's mind. I'm out of time. Her tone suddenly grows poignant, catching Lamia by surprise. Go away. She now speaks in the same cold tone. Leave us alone if you've got nothing else to ask. We need to work. Mother... may I ask you a question? You have 1 minute. Fire away. 30 seconds. Mother, is it true... 15 seconds. Is it true that she wouldn't have died if I hadn't been around to begin with? Constructed from wishes, the simulation of Lamia's future collapses completely and merges with her past. It was on that fateful day that Lamia asked the question, one that had been weighing on her heart for far too long. Have you finished the problems I gave you last time? Sorry, but they're too difficult for me. In the textbook. He cast Lamia a cold look silently before standing up to leave. She despised her own ignorance whenever she was given problems like these. Only if I could get out of here earlier. The world out there had the answers I needed to answer all those questions. Searching for key nodes. Change a few more nodes. The egg burns up once again, illuminating the world behind Lamia, and revealing countless flickering figures before her. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Lamia, the youngest scientist the world has ever seen. Brimming with excitement from the stage, the host welcomes a petite figure. Now, let's find out exactly how amazing this kid is. Dr. Lamia! Yes? Help me summarize the tasks from all of today's meetings and chat records, and organize the schedule for tomorrow. Sure. Lamia is safely born. Leaves Atlantis ahead of time. Dr. Lamia, can you help me solve a math problem? Sure. Sent to an orphanage. A passerby enjoying an ice cream walks by the television as Lamia's exciting life unfolds in it. A new version? Let's get one. I heard they made this with the mind data of real people. It's got to do with Project Cradle, apparently. Really? I didn't know that. Did you hear that? If you don't want to go to school and just wait for some magic to fill your head with knowledge, you'll end up in a jar, turned into a service AI with a bunch of other people. And now comes the blind draw for Dr. Lamia. We've got Classic Human Grey, Playful Monkey Pink, and even a mermaid edition the world has yet to see. The audience's applause can be heard from the television as a terrified child starts crying out loud amidst the cheers. The camera isn't showing Lamia's face, but the child's cry already speaks volumes for her. Order now at all major specialty stores. Dad, look at this! On the bustling street side, a girl passing by the window laughs as she pats the head of the product. Me. Becoming a candidate for mind data human experimentation. This looks like a monkey. Experimentation and commercialization successful. As her mind grows unstable, Lamia's wishes are once again poured into a cup filled with memories. Lamia finds herself by Atlantis' corridors, watching as countless researchers pass by coldly like mindless drones. She tries calling their names, hoping to get some emotional support, but doesn't get any response, which leaves Lamia stranded as she watches the humans and machines pass her by in an orderly fashion. When they pass her by, they move around her, reminiscent of cells avoiding a blood clot still in the process of forming on a blood vessel, or tourists passing by an animal's cage. She lowers her head, holding the empty coffee cup in her hands and caressing the engravings on it. To my future self, I want to be like everyone. I need to make it happen. It's her yet-to-be-realized wish, in the form of a bunch of crooked letters paired with a meaningless layout. Wanna bet on your luck? Wanna bet that you'd be sent to a legal orphanage instead of getting dragged into some inhumane experiments? Luck, huh? As long as she has luck on her side, nothing bad is going to happen to her after she gets out of this place, and she'll finally be able to go to school, which she's read about in books. That's where she can enjoy bathing in the sunlight and listening to the calls of cicadas and the laughter of people. Where the teachers would start with the basics and guide them with patience. It's okay if Mother isn't perfect, as long as I get to live the happy life of a normal person going to school. The egg glows red in her arms. She pats it devoutly and closes her eyes. All of a sudden, through the afternoon sunlight and the calls of the cicadas, a piece of chalk comes flying at Lamia, who sits in the second last row, and lands squarely on her. Lamia, daydreaming again? The entire class bursts into laughter. No, I wasn't. Then answer the question I just went over. She frantically picks up her textbook and flips to the right page, but even with gentle reminders from the desk next to her, she still can't answer the question. You're just not cut out for this. Your mother signed you up for this intensive program thinking her daughter was oh so knowledgeable. I'm starting to think she's intentionally putting either me or you through this suffering. In her silence, the entire class bursts out laughing again. The cozy sunlight, calls of cicadas, and laughter of friends. Everything is as she has hoped for, yet falls short of her expectations. This is a rare opportunity. I need to make it count. She picks up her textbook, studies, practices, then dozes off again. It's not until the school bell rings and everyone's getting ready to leave the classroom that Lamia finally stands up from her seat and quietly sighs in relief. It'd be perfect if I could skip all the classes and just go straight to when school ends. She lowers her head, the egg in her hand revealing its intended purpose. And try to dumb down school a little if that's possible. A normal school would do. Polishing the egg, Lamia changes 31,206 key nodes in one go. Lamia figures that she'd be okay going back to a time when her mother wasn't around, if there is nothing she can do to change her mother's mind about sending her to an advanced school. Humans of the Golden Age didn't yet master the technology to control time, but Lamia is sure that she can count on people in the future, and that the egg will take care of that just fine. And she decides that she's not going to bother with the number of changed time nodes she's seeing on the phantoms, since she doesn't see what impact they might have. She knows her wish has been fulfilled when the dreadfully tedious classroom disappears, leaving her in the after-hour tranquility. Lamia finally found her long-awaited peace and happiness, as well as the life of an ordinary person that fits her definition of ordinary. As the 4 seasons fast forward, Lamia goes through college and enters the workforce. She is now a tour guide working at the Copperfield Aquarium. She finds work more tedious than school, and she'd curse her life even when she only needs to show 3 visitors around a day. Before she knows it, however, that fateful day comes. The alarms that once flooded Atlantis are now blasting through the aquarium, letting everyone know that the punishing is here. The visitors and staff run for dear life in every which way. Standing in the escaping crowd, Lamia tries to fast-forward time, only to realize the world becomes ravaged at a faster pace as she does so. She doesn't want to be a construct again, and dies in the hands of a cleaning robot while fleeing. If only the punishing never happened. Oh. Bit of a sneeze. Oh. Lamia's desires inflate. But when she once again raises the omnipotent egg, the punishing virus, the phantoms offer no answers. It, the tower, couldn't erase its own existence, nor the punishing. What do I do now? Going through her memory trying to find someone she hopes she can talk to, she suddenly recalls Roland. I wonder what Roland would do with this opportunity. With a snap of her fingers, Roland materializes before her. You're lending me this egg that can fulfill any wish. It doesn't exactly fulfill any wish, though, which is why I wanted to see what you'd do. Well... He takes the egg and, without a moment's hesitation, chooses to fulfill a childhood wish. And just as Roland had hoped, his life progresses without any hiccups. A life devoid of lies, falsehood, and drama, mundane and ordinary to the core. He stays by his mother and brother, repeating daily chores, schoolwork, and childish games, living a life with an end at a visible glance. With an end visible at a glance. Don't you find it boring? Deeply engrossed, Roland says nothing. But what would you do when the punishing hits? She was hoping Roland would show her what to do, but on the day the alarms echo through the square, Roland simply makes the same decision she does, more candidly than ever. He bids farewell to his loved ones, then waits for death to come knocking on his door. I think that's pretty much it. Roland shrugs. They abandoned me in the real world. We might be looking at a different script here. But lies are lies, all the same. It was a great dream, and I really enjoyed it. Can I lend you the egg and ask you to give it another try? You want me to relive the lies? He bursts into laughter and immediately sets up an accident. In a few simple moves, Roland turns his half-year-old self over in the cradle so he faces down. And it all ends before it even starts. It's over. In the empty corridor, Lamia finds herself all alone once again. Whew, things are getting weird. Daughter of the Sea. She wants to catch up to those people and see for herself the starry sky they've given up their lives trying to pursue. In Plato's allegory of the cave, he compares the uneducated to a group of prisoners chained in a cave from birth. In the allegory, the prisoners face the lightless wall in the cave, chained so that they can't turn their heads. People outside the cave pass these prisoners by, carrying torches, whose light shines upon the weapons, passers-by, and mannequins. The prisoners, on the other hand, see nothing but the shadows of these things projected onto the wall, because they've always been facing the wall. Seeing no real objects, they naturally come to believe that the shadows are the only reality. If they were suddenly freed from their shackles, stepped out of the cave, and forced to look directly at the fire and accept that all they used to see were mere illusions, they would surely feel pain in the process. And confusion, too. Just like a mermaid princess venturing above the sea surface for the first time, gazing at a kingdom she's never seen from behind the reefs. Just like a little girl lighting a match for the first time and catching glimpses of all her desires in its light. Just like Cinderella asking her fairy godmother for the first time to let her go to the ball. Now Lamia too finds herself questioning herself between opportunity and reality. What do I want exactly? Until this day, if someone asked her what she desired, she would have answered without hesitation. But wishes hold no value if they can all come true like a breeze. She finds herself feeling lost with all these vibrant futures laid out before her. Then take another step. This is Lithos. Then take another step forward. Be a bit more greedy, and make all your wishes. The egg, controller, lies quietly in Lamia's arms, softly tempting her. He hopes Lamia will be dominated by her desires and be insatiable with the status quo. Then he wants her to want the omnipotent egg so badly that she refuses to help that commandant who wants the egg dead, so the commandant can slowly weaken with the injection and return to Mother's loving arms. Light another match. The one-winged girl, too, whispers softly in the midst of the bizarre illusions. If this makes you happy, I want Mother. I want her to fulfill all her wishes and be happy. Searching for keynotes. I want to ask her if it was all really because of me. No, please don't blame it all on me. 32 time nodes need to be changed. A baffling image flashes past her sight. Is that a crack of some sort? Lamia decides to ignore it. Knowledge. I want to answer all questions as my true self. 172 time nodes need to be changed. The crack seems to have grown a bit. Friends. I want to be like everyone else, and not a monkey in a zoo to be stared at. 392 time notes need to be changed. But these are still ordinary lives that people in peaceful times have had. They're not grand enough to be wished. I want to be a pop star. Lamia, the superstar's latest single, Abyssal Melody. The cover. Wow, it's breathtaking. Lamia! 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 The observer in the corridor sees the danger seeded by these wishes. I want to be a knowledgeable teacher, so that the best of students will humbly seek my advice. The observer knows these are the consequences of tampering with time, and that she will tear the world apart if she doesn't stop. I want to be an almighty philanthropist. Everyone in need of the conservation area thanks you for your selfless kindness. Please do allow us to make a game based on your beautiful body. It's going to last for centuries to come alongside your name. I want to be more powerful than Alpha. This is the power bestowed upon me by the Monastery of Purity, Gabriel. The decayed skull reflects the mermaid's bleak figure. Master, you've arrived. Awakened by the rift, the punishing pervades the land even faster. No, there is more to it than that. Merely tolerating Cathilla and her Cradle slaughterhouse to appear in this world will drown it in a crimson flood. The tragedy of the Puglia Forest Park is about to be repeated manyfold. Is this the future she hopes for? Or is it destruction led by ignorance? The mermaid, lost in wishes, remains oblivious to the danger. I will rise above the Ascension Network and make all the agents bow before me. This planet, too, is ready to hatch. Her wishes are innocent and her daydreams commonplace. The observer knows the world couldn't bear the consequences of having these nodes altered. And the mermaid who makes these wishes is walking down the safe corridor of the fourth dimension as she admires the countless futures illuminated by the egg. In these future simulations, Lamia has lived through countless lifetimes, having all her wishes fulfilled to the point of desirelessness. What wishes do I have left? She keeps her eyes on the dimming light of the egg and the fading mind beacon as she ponders how to make her remaining chances count. In the mirror at the end of the corridor, she saw the shadow of Atlantis. Mirror. This brings Lamia back to those times when she sat on the other side of the screen, looking at the dead and seeing an ideal world from reality. She wants to reach out to those who are no longer there, like fishing for the reflection of stars in the ocean. Stars. The daughter of the sea looks at the reflection of stars and makes her final wish. I wish to venture into the starry sea, to see the starscape you longed for. I want to understand why it is that you chose to move forward, even at the cost of your lives. Lamia steps into the starry sky and leaves the solar system behind in a breeze. She raises her head, looking puzzled. To her delight, she realizes that she has no trouble traversing black holes yet to be explored by mankind. She skims distant stars, feeling for the full outline of the universe beyond human cognition. Ah! Okay, okay. Let me make sure my controller disconnected again. I'm probably messing with the wire a little too much. She's become nothingness and an eternal cosmic voyager. She sought all philosophical answers, and yet she doesn't know what significance these questions hold, nor what the answers mean. Jumping at her, these words are no different from a foreign language she's never studied. She's seen all the answers to science and everything unknown, and yet seeing them is all she's able to do with the answers. Existing beyond the darkness that shrouds the cave perennially, these unknowns remain a puzzle to her, so much so that she isn't even aware of them. She embarks on an endless journey, throughout which she imbibes the stars and seas. After a long period of bewilderment, she finally comes to grip with the meaning of all that could be seen and their significance. Upon touching the edge of the universe, the darkness that has clouded her mind begins to fade. The mermaid, dancing among the stars, looks back and laughs at the wishes she has just made. Singing? Earning people's respect? In the vast universe, these desires seem so petty, to the point of being laughable. She sways her tail and swims back to Earth. She plucks the moon in a breeze and toys with it in her hands. Earth is hit with tides that swallow the land, sinking Atlantis, a place she once held dear, to the bottom of the sea. The few remaining souls vanish beneath the sudden tide, their suffocating cries failing to reach her, before Mother devours them all. She gazes at the truth. Indifferent to the destruction, she lets herself drift around in the starry sea. The rise and fall of 1,570,000 cosmic civilizations cycle like sunrise and sunset under her watch, flowing incessantly. Under the unyielding laws of cosmic wars, the key in her hand, just like the moon, is nothing but a substitute for a toy. Time, flowing ever faster, erases the countless years and ages, turning Lamia as silent as the stars themselves. When the starry sea before her eyes collapses to zero, the light of the mind beacon, in reality, will too extinguish. Time's up. She gazes lovingly at the universe as it reboots in the simulation, refusing to return from this immensity to a reality she knows to be dull and draining. Reality. The Lamia in the real world is still the same villain who needs to fight with all her might just to survive, making most of her wishes nothing but a far-fetched fantasy. By now, Lamia is very clear about the egg's intended purpose. State your goal, and it will fill the path to your goal with the actions it thinks you need to take, after which you'll be shown what it's like, if everything goes as you wish. But all these actions are in the past. Could it be that Vonnegut has figured out a way to travel back in time? Lamia suddenly recalls that Luna has mentioned in passing that Vonnegut was looking for a key. A key. If the egg is the key, what door can it open? As Lamia murmurs to herself, The phantoms around her immediately show her the answer with the light that remains from the mind beacon. When that weird tower turns red again? But how is she supposed to go to the tower in the clean zone? And how is she supposed to make the tower red again? But it could be a second tower, right? How is she supposed to travel back in time using the tower? How is she supposed to change the time nodes she's seen in her simulations one by one? And where exactly is Vonnegut trying to go by doing this? While Lamia still doesn't know the answers to these questions, she now sees how important the egg is. This is what Luna and Vonnegut want. I'm sure this is the solution to all the issues that came with refiltering. Refiltering. It finally hits Lamia. Just like the corrupted, the minds of agents have been corrupted long ago, yet their minds are stable enough for their self to persist. Perhaps to humans, agents and ascendants are already as dead as the corrupted. Losing connection with the Ascension Network means losing oneself, which is why it's so hard to break free. Transcendents, though slightly different, are still subject to the control of agents or ascendants. The punishing inherently stores a vast amount of ownerless mind data. The data congregates, which in turn allows the Ascension Network to upgrade. I guess I can see the resemblance. On the one hand, she has the consciousness and information of ascendants left in the Ascension Network, their original selves. On the other hand, there are cobbled selves, forming from all the ownerless consciousness and information. The essence of refiltering is the evolved weight of these cobbled selves, messages, that overrides the agent's authority. This is the parade of the punishing virus, where the messages contained proclaim their autonomy. They aim to break free from the control of agents, to coalesce into independent entities. If left unchecked, one day it will become a vast army, merging into an unbearable, incomprehensible, indescribable monster. One that will bring destruction to both humans and ascendants. Agents must undergo refiltering to reclaim their authority. It's not just about survival, but also for the sake of a more distant future. So that's why Vonnegut created the egg. Key. The egg, being a highly concentrated punishing heteromer, likely stores a consciousness that absolutely obeys the ascendants. Not only can it help ascendants pass refiltering, but can also come up with simulations using the messages stored in the punishing. Messages. The messages in the punishing have a fourth dimension to it to begin with. Lamia's gaze travels through the starry sea and into the past. The giant hetero creature from back then was meant for creating a big enough signal tower, too. They did get their messages from the future, but humans beat them to it. They probably wouldn't even have brought up Project Cthulhu had Vonnegut gotten what he wanted then. I get it now. The messages are not unlike the fire on a torch that shines through the dark. And this, Lamia figures, is exactly what Vonnegut is after. At the same time, it also hits her. That Cthulhu, who's laid the egg, is connected to doors of all sizes to begin with. Just as the heterohive mother connects heterosapiens in the red tide, She has become their central processor, like a queen bee. I can use that to control the hetero creatures she gives birth to, if I can get my hands on her. The egg, the key to the tower, and Cadilla, the queen bee controlling all the hetero creatures. This is what Vonnegut wants out of Project Cadilla. And this is pretty useful to me, too. While Lamia has come to grips with how to use the egg, she still hasn't quite wrapped her head around what's made Cadilla the queen bee that she is. I want to know about Cadilla. Contrary to her swelling ambition, the mind beacon is growing weaker still. Is the human severing connection? Or are they about to lose consciousness? Now of all times? She sighs in resignation, having realized that her mind connection is about to end. I just need to get out of here with the egg and head for that tower. That's where my wishes have a chance to come true. Question is, how does she get out of here? Lamia knows that her mind would go berserk, which, in turn, would lead her to destruction if she can't establish another mind connection that allows her to use the egg. Does that mean she has to beg the human? Is she supposed to deceive and use the person, like what all villains do? The Grey Raven Commandant. She feels reluctant, but why? Lamia withdraws her thoughts from wandering in the cosmos and starts sketching the contours of humanity anew. That particular human once mistook Lamia for Lillian, yet overlooked Lillian's suspected desertion and instead showed her trust. Did the Commandant do that because there was no other choice? Or are there actually people willing to be kind to her? I can't believe this still bothers me so much. Lamia looks back at her newly made wishes and laughs in self-derision when she notices something shared between them. Just as the people of Atlantis pursue the distant cosmos and stars, Lamia too chases after them, after all those who step into the light out of the cave to see the real world. She longs to be as formidable as they are, to stand where they do, to see the landscapes they've seen, and to step into the very starry sky that they would sacrifice their very own lives to touch. I am done staying in the ignorant cave. As all her daydreams come true in the shadows, Lamia finally understands her true desire. Carefully holding up the egg in her hands, she asks a question of her heart's desire, one rooted in reality, yet she's been too afraid to face directly to all the silent stars. Please tell me, the one who just discovered who I really am. Will they forgive me? Driftwood. Oh. If it's Lucia Lotus on the like playable character screen, that usually these days means that I'm gonna be doing like something else, something unique. Not playing as like a character or a character that we know. So I don't know what this is gonna be. Exciting! At the bottom of the well, the Commandant has a dream related to Mother. Her appearance is still that of a young girl, making her anything but a mother. It is therefore logical to conclude that she was merely assigned the title Mother. And that's that. It's gotta be that. My dear baby. My precious one. She has a delicate string of flowers tied to her hand, as she sits in the room, imprisoned by the shadows of the window bars. And yet, the gentle afternoon sun streaming through the window carries with it peace and sincerity. I love you. Mommy loves you. She's caught between dreams and reality, her figure torn into pieces alongside her thoughts. They then merge with all these concepts named Mother and take on an appearance that's both familiar and barely recognizable. Welcome back, my child. She settles down. Look at you, getting yourself hurt so much again. Mother picks up the hot soup from the table and kneels before the person covered in scars. But I know that it's not your fault. There are just so many troubles and unbeatable monsters out there. And it's truly remarkable that you've come this far. Now, forget work and training and stay home for a while. Mommy really missed you. Don't worry. I'm going to help you figure things out. She carefully blows on the spoonful of stew until it's cool enough to drink, then passes it over. Oh, in the last scene, I avoided these weird red dialogue options, but I can't now. It's all of them. Okay. A familiar taste awakens a sense of security. Long drowned by pain and the instinct to survive, you grasp her hand. Still hurts, doesn't it? I'll buy some painkillers and call the doctor. She sets down the bowl, dialing the hospital's number over and over, only to be met with a busy signal. That's not good. A helpless reality seeps into the dream. Don't worry. Mommy will always be with you. Rest now, and leave the rest to me. No way. You're never a trouble. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you back home. Don't say that. Mother chokes up for a moment. You've saved so many lives. You're the best. All I'll ever ask of you is for you to come back home, safe and sound. If I could have a wish, I just wish I could be part of your happiness. Don't blame yourself for the scars. She embraces the injured child, taking on the child's pain as her own as she sobs to the wounds, her body trembling uncontrollably. She is a mother through and through, and she can't imagine herself being anything other than a mother. Even so, for a child covered in wounds, this is the ideal cradle, an absolute sanctuary. I've always prayed for heroes and God to protect you, to save you from peril, and bring you back safely. The corruption of your mind beacon and nightmares linger, dragging you into a still deeper whirlpool, putting out the mind beacon you've been holding on to with all your might. There is no time to figure out who she truly is and how this dream, brought up on more occasions than one, has to do with Project Cathilla. Fortunately, The painkillers and the gradually blurring consciousness are working together to offer you a bit of relief, saving you from the excruciating pain that's been keeping you awake. Within the lullaby weaved by them, you, severely injured and feverish, curl up at the bottom of the well, falling into a deep sleep. Until 24 hours later. The collapse from the distance finally awakens you from the slumber. Looking up toward the well's mouth, you find the upper layers no longer unobstructed or no longer obstructed. I think it means no longer obstructed. Having rested sufficiently, you feel physically replenished. I'll give it one more try. Cautious and prepared for yet another shake and any sort of abnormality, you pick up the dagger and start climbing upward. This time, however, the well seems as if it were dead, remaining still without any movement. As the sun reclaims this sky, this absurd paradise becomes shrouded in a new layer of chaos. In the distance is a building that has collapsed into a gaping maw with countless floating debris, bringing to mind a scab that's formed over a giant wound. Or a giant's wound. Where to go next? When you look around, you see the jellyfish-like phantoms once again. Hi! Oh my god, hi! Hi, little jellies. Oh my god. What are you up to, you little sillies? The phantoms show no response. Oh my god. What's going on with you? Like a school of startled fish, the phantoms swim away. Is this how they're supposed to be? Ugh, that jump scared me a bit. Okay. At this moment, a woman's prolonged wail can be heard coming from the depths of the parasite paradise. Nope. I see that I still can only read, like, a little bit today. That's fine. The sound immediately triggers an earthquake, causing the entire space to shake violently. These shakes feel nothing like what I've experienced in the well. The walls nearby crumble with the vibration, out of which deformed hetero creatures emerge. You immediately run for it in the opposite direction, but the creatures show no intention of attacking you. I'll survey my surroundings. And just as you thought, you see them everywhere as you run. These twisted beings lack the intelligence for a full-fledged plan. There must be monsters or ascendants lurking around that are far more dangerous than these creatures. Lithos. Hearing the word, a shadow on the ceiling sheds its disguise and lands lightly behind the human. The bullet hits it squarely in the head, but passes right through as though it were a puddle of water, causing it no harm at all. Stay calm and focus. A split second later, hetero creatures lurking in the ruins all swarm up this way. The hetero creatures hold you by the arm that's previously been pierced, while your skin festers the moment it comes into contact with them. Oh, continuing off of last night, I should make noises for struggling with all my might. Yep, that's struggling with all my might. That's what that sounds like, right? Already beyond exhaustion, you're unable to fight back, barely feeling anything but pain coming from your limbs as they quickly dissolve. Oh, that's bad. That's really not good. Yeah, I think I would scream in this situation. So I'm just gonna scream a little bit. The world around you turns pitch black all of a sudden. With an overcoat thrown over your head out of nowhere, you find yourself pressed tightly against the floor. Struggling only brings you tearing pain, and it's impossible to see what's happening in the dark. Has my hand been torn off? Before you can even tell for sure, you hear the sound of something landing on the ground as the hetero creatures let go of you. Now! Even with your legs all but completely numb, you manage to move a few steps with your knees and stand up against the wall. It's only now that you see what's been discarded right beside you. A syringe? After the final shot, you will only have 48 hours left. Even if you make it back to Babylonia, they might not have the tech to save you. Is this the last ejection? Mission complete. The hetero creatures with human bodies declare their victory. Following the prolonged wail coming from afar are earthquakes and collapses. That didn't go smoothly. Only Mother has calmed down. Cradle is still collapsing. The controlling joystick is dead. Its neck rotates stiffly, like a robot observing its surroundings. Then, it turns its face toward you, battered and bloody beyond recognition. They're not going to kill me right away, as long as they still obey Lithos. There is nothing I can do about that last injection. I need to create an opportunity to escape at least. No. Who exactly are you? See, very child loved by Mother. There are also many children that Mother doesn't love. Mostly are, says the hetero creature calling itself the Sea Fairy, as it points at its smaller kin around itself. No, that's not right. Mother loves all children. But some children, Lithos, cannot love themselves. They refuse to accept Mother's love and ended up like that. So these little hetero creatures are all Lithos? Yes, to humans, hetero creatures, hetero sapiens are all the dead, merged with the punishing. They, too, are the replicated consciousness of Lithos after he died. And so are you? No, our consciousness can fully merge. We don't become fragmented like the host. We have Mother to thank for harmonizing resonance. As long as Mother is there, we will be born repeatedly. The consciousness of the humans dead is preserved in the information of the red tide and will continue in us. We replace people of the old times. Soon, everyone will be reborn through death. You, too, will soon join us. It extends its hand at you, Come, follow me to a safe room. You just had the last dose injected. You need food and rest. You will be reborn in 47.7 hours. Sorry, but I'm quite happy with the way I am now. You know that you aren't the toughest of people, but that doesn't mean you aren't going to fight back. Ugh. Okay, what am I gonna do? It's another one of these, like, first-person shooter segments. That's fun. Was the last time this happened in Spiral of Chronos? I think so. Outside the tower. Ah! Okay, I'm not doing anything yet. This is just like a cutscene. Damn, I've got nice aim in this cutscene. No one. No one. Oh, that was it? I didn't even do anything. I mean, that's okay. That was a cool cutscene. I liked it. Still, I expected there to be gameplay. That doesn't mean it's bad. I just expected gameplay. Anyway, okay, let's keep going. Wandering grass. The drowned prays to come across a piece of driftwood amidst the torrents, only to find grass in its own struggle. Wait, hang on. Let me do something quickly. Oh, I think I figured out how to make it say what game I'm playing on Twitch. That might be helpful. Is this? Is that? Did that do anything? Did that change anything? I have no idea. I'm still clearly really new to Twitch. But let me... I don't know. Maybe I guess I'll like quickly just look in on my own stream just to see if that like changed anything. I don't know if it did. Maybe it's because I already started. Well, whatever. It's fine. I'll do it some other time. Anyway, let's get back into the game then. Before facing this no-one, you've asked the other no-one a question. Would I have left with Lithos had I never been stopped? Well, quite likely, because he'd always try to stop me from recalling all the good memories. People have no choice but to choose a different path if they can't remember all the good things that happened and are made to believe that nothing they do ever matters. And that's how they become ascendants. But there is no way Lithos would have let me become one, even if I'd believed that becoming an ascendant was my only choice. He can't stand not being in control of things, so he probably would have turned me into a transcendent at most. No one! The familiar figure turns around to face this way in the narrow tunnel. This voice. Voice? Your eyes. Huh? You remember the name Noan, but not this incident? What do you mean? Bearing a shocking resemblance to Noan, this young man tilts its head in confusion. Wait, Noan, just hear me out. I know you might not remember me, but... No. My memories are quite complete now. And I understand what's bothering you. There's another real me in Babylonia, right? Grey Raven Commandant? You remember all that? Then why are you still helping Lithos? I only started remembering all of these after becoming a Transcendent, and after that incident. And that's also when I remember you, Watanabe, Lee, Commandant Simon, Captain Palma, and Lillian. I remembered the right path I chose for myself. Ah! My controller! Let's talk about you instead. How do you still remember the name Noan? Lithos took me here and... Wait, that's a weird question. What's wrong with that? Am I not supposed to remember it? You've been in a state of memory loss. Or rather, there are a bunch of your clones here with no memories. So, you're the real deal? Of course I'm the real deal. I remember everything. But you don't remember having met me. What? It's possible that your memories have been tampered with, which is something Lithos does a lot. It's either that, or... My personal belongings can prove my identity too. There's no need to prove anything to me. That's only an issue once you're out of here. Those clones don't have this jacket and what's inside it, do they? I couldn't see the other yous clearly. I've touched one of them once, and your clones are all in lab outfits. Why are there clones of me here? I don't know. There are things Lithos would never tell me. He left me out of Project Attila after I lost this eye. Lithos can be gullible at times, but it's going to take a whole lot of convincing to make him trust me on every single thing. I don't have any useful information with me. All I know is that he wants you to stay here and join Cathilla's big family, so you'll eventually become one of her eggs. That's what he said to me, too. Have you seen my clones anywhere else? No, but I've heard these clones were transported from a secret lab near Fort Winter. Are you the very Commandant that Grey Raven is leaving no stone unturned trying to find? Or are you one of the 5 they don't care about at all? Or maybe you are the true one, but Grey Raven has located one of the 5 and halted their pursuit of you. Fort Winter. There is no point in thinking about any of that. They need to get out of here first. What's wrong with your eyes? Why bother asking when you don't even remember me? And the person you remember isn't even me anyway. Try me again with a different question. What exactly were those hetero creatures you defeated? It was an autonomous community of interest of humanoids. Huh? Red Tide holds the information of the deceased. That much I know. Gadilla has gathered compatible large shards from the information and infused them into humanoid hetero creatures using her tree of life. She then assigns a role to each of these shards to maintain complementarity and coordinated unity, like a community of interest comprising humanoids, or a harmonious community, if you will. Lithos said he'd obtained the technology of fusing the consciousnesses from mankind. So these consciousnesses came from those who fled here. There is no way people can live here. Do you think they can survive the world out there? The comfort of mother and the rumors of rebirth hold an irresistible charm for those who are desperate. Moreover, it's no mere fairy tale. All you need to do is stay in this paradise for a few days and get a few injections. And when you wake up, you'll have bidden farewell to your constantly deteriorating body and been reborn as an immortal, magical sea girl in Cadilla's womb. Your body won't be yours alone, but your consciousness will transcend humanity and understand everything, and you'll be able to get rid of anyone who rubs you the wrong way. What's so bad about that? All this is to say that you don't need to show them pity, nor should you try to make peace with them, even if they were driven to suicide out of desperation. The young man calmly states the necessity of killing. Is there no way out of this? There is supposed to be still some humanity left in them. And that's exactly why I'm asking you to be careful. Back in the Golden Age, there was a notebook that people believed you'd die if you had your name written in it, and a bunch of people who wrote the names of game producers in there. We're living through a time where all our conflicts and differences are more intensified than ever. Not to mention that they have been driven to desperation. People who have never experienced the terror of power, but find themselves going from powerless to having everything overnight, are sure to become demon lords feared the world over. You have known all along, haven't you? But there's no negotiating with that kind of creature. But you had your hopes up anyway, seeing as you're able to communicate with them in language. Yes. Have you taken the last injection? I can't see you clearly, but I can smell the blood on you. Yes. Do you want to stay here and be reborn as a magical sea girl? I mean, I guess being a magical girl would be kind of fun, but like, not this way. Not like this. Like hell I do. Do you know how to get out of here? It's tricky. You can head to the control room to call for help, because that's the only place with signals. I can point you in the general direction. But that doesn't mean you'll have the clearance to establish a connection, and even if you do, you might end up with an ascendant on the other end of the line. Lamia has the ability to disguise herself as others, but she might not cooperate. And it's highly likely Lithos is going to find out about this. So we'll have to kill him to start with. Correct. What if we just can't get a hold of anyone? The young man falls silent upon hearing this question. Is there nothing else we can do? Actually, you can just go back in Cathilla. Did you just say what I think you just said? We are right inside Cathilla's womb. He points around with no emotion on his face. The space itself is a huge hetero creature, It's closely connected to Cthulhu, like the heterosapiens in Puglia Forest Park, and it interferes with Cthulhu. People who die here will become part of the floor and get absorbed by Cthulhu's womb. She will then give birth to them again. Are you saying this is Cthulhu's cradle? Lithos likes to refer to it as that. They've come up with names like Giant Whale and Deep Star, but it is what it is, no matter what they call it. This giant womb is fixed at the bottom of the deep sea while carrying us, and I've been waiting for a chance to unlock it, so it can float to the surface. That's the only way for people to discover and eliminate it before it turns into a disaster. Do you know how to do that? We might stand a chance if the storage room holding all the copies of Mind is still there. Except we'll have to deal with Lithos then. We have to find the joystick that controls the womb. And then we'll have to find someone who can withstand the water pressure to dive into the deep sea to unlock the womb. What is this joystick you're talking about? That's another consciousness that controls Cthulhu. Do you know Voodoo and Loki? Cthulhu is like a madwoman, which is why we need another consciousness to keep her sanity in check. I've met some who have had their consciousnesses integrated. There's a total of 3 consciousnesses keeping Cthulhu and her womb under control. Cthulhu herself, and 2 other stable minds. Just take one of them out of the equation, and you end up with a continuous collapse, like the one that's happening now, and we all die in the deep sea. Is it possible for this womb, the cradle, to die? Maybe, but as long as Cthulhu is alive, they can rebuild the cradle. What does one need to do to become Cthulhu's second consciousness? You need to meet 2 conditions. Your own mind has to be stable, and you have to be accepted by Cthulhu herself. You'll get expelled prematurely and become one of her children if she doesn't like you and rejects you. All you need to do is die in her womb if you meet these conditions. The roots of the tree of life are buried everywhere here, ready to accept consciousnesses with the red tide. And I'd coexist with her if she doesn't dislike me. No one can coexist with her for an extended period of time. She will shape a consciousness into one of her children before it's crushed. You might become one of those anemones that crawl all over the place, or a magical sea girl, or emerge into an egg. Which means another way to do it is to sacrifice someone with a stable enough consciousness to turn that person into Cthulhu's second consciousness. In this case, there is no avoiding the sacrifice. Only 3 people meet this condition. Noan, Lamia, and yourself. So, in case communication fails and you're forced to use this method, who's most likely to be sacrificed? Noan. Running into him here feels like a bad joke. You don't even know how he went blind and which part of his memory is missing. You don't know if you can justify sacrificing him a second time under these circumstances. I'm sure I'm going to hate... Well, why can't it be me? No. That's exactly why we have to avoid this. What's that? Nothing. Let me think. He's right. Your best bet would be to head down to the control room to call for help. And if that fails, then the 2 of you are as good as dead. You're pressed for time, and the scale of destruction that this place carrying countless hetero creatures is going to wreak on Earth is beyond anyone's imagination. They have to be nipped in the bud. Seeing as the task force cannot operate in the deep sea, you figure that you have to take Cthulhu and break free from the seabed. Task Force can only eliminate both Cathilla and this space when they're both out on the surface of the sea. A sacrifice is in order, however, in order for that to happen. We should try to focus on establishing communication first, before exploring other options. Right. There's still hope. You can get no one to join you to look for ways to establish communication, and see if there is a way to work around the situation. No one. He tilts his head this way. Huh. I'm going to head to the control room first. Getting out of here is our best bet. I'm going to get help from the task force. And I'll figure out a way to bring Cathilla to the sea surface. What are you going to do if you don't get hold of anyone in the control room? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll drag Lithos and Lamia here to help if need be. The young man shows a faint smile at your overly idealistic plan. Let's give your plan a shot. It's better than doing nothing. With it, he points in a general direction and turns to leave. Wait, where are you going? I've got a few things to deal with. Huh. It hits you just now that you were probably being a little too optimistic, thinking he'd lend you a hand. This person is no longer known, so it only makes sense for him to refuse to help. Noan, what do you want to do now? To throw a wrench in Lithos' grand plans. Seems like we're up to the same thing then. How about we join forces? Standing in place with his hand clutched to the only weapon he has left, the young man weighs his options. Fine. Let's do this. This place is about to collapse. I was going to take one last look at Cathilla, but I guess there's no time for that. Noan closes his eyes as he explains half the reason for this hesitation. Take one last look at Cathilla? Like you said, Cathilla has to go, and I've been hearing her cry. She never wanted to give birth to all these dead people. This is what happens when people's wishes go awry. He lets out a soft sigh. Everyone longs to be saved by a mother, but who is there to save the mother herself? Come with me. I'm sure we can work this out. Says someone who's covered in wounds from head to toe. Fine. But given how far we've come, the world is as good as dead if we let her go. But Cathilla cannot choose her own death. A hetero creature's body can heal as many times as it needs to in the punishing. We've got to count on organizations like Babylonia if we want a solution. Well, let's go. Noan makes a please gesture, but shows no intention of coming closer. I am a transcendent now. Got it. Downstream. I wondered if I was gonna play as Noan now. Maybe later, that could still happen. But I guess for this level, still Lamia. The two of you navigate through countless collapsed passages toward the control room. Ugh. God. All along the way, hetero creatures come pouring out of the collapsed walls, like animals trying to flee a forest fire. Every last one highly aggressive. To them, One of you is a traitor who deserves nothing but death, while the other, a sacrifice to be captured. One single mishap is all it takes for the two of you to become their prey. And it doesn't help that you're severely wounded and slowing down the two of you. T-minus 39.5 hours. After an 8-hour trek, you and Noan finally find the entrance to the control room, a door floating in midair. Wait, so 39.5 hours until what? Until what? Around the door lurks a bunch of hetero creatures, to no one's surprise. Think you can get rid of them on your own? There's someone else in the distance. I thought you couldn't see things clearly. I can hear Cathilla crying. Someone is holding her egg down that way. It could be Lamia. Let's take a detour to catch them. Avoiding the crowd of monsters by the door, you head down the way no one has pointed out for you, and sure enough, see Lamia. She's holding an egg in one hand and wields a weapon in the other, cutting down the hetero creatures like wheat. But every time she swings her weapon, she pauses or goes mad for a moment, acting as though she is possessed or having her consciousness devoured. What exactly is that egg? It's Cinderellic. The one-winged transcendent that follows around Vonnegut? Yes, her mind isn't stable enough for her to become a complete egg. She only managed to become something that seems like one because Cathilla is her mother. Is she dead? Can't tell for sure. She'd probably end up becoming an even more powerful magical girl if she managed to hatch from the egg. Are you trying to crack manga jokes because you're feeling intimidated by all of this? Oh yeah, I'm off to the manga world tonight. Wait, I remember you saying Lithos wanted me to become one of Cathilla's eggs. Does Cathilla want to make another egg? That's a cakewalk for Cathilla. And no one said the egg was only big enough to hold one single consciousness. So we'd better not get out of here as soon as we can. If we don't want to become one with her. It's the wire that's connecting my controller that's the problem. For some reason it's when it bends a certain way it just kind of disconnects. Whatever. Why did she go to the lengths of becoming a hetero creature, though? Because she heard about Kugawa Kurono's death one afternoon, and she crossed off visit Kugawa Kurono from her wish list in tears. He failed again, mister. He isn't coming back to see Mother again, even at the cost of picking the wrong path. Let me be reborn by Mother, she pleaded to the agent. I want to know if Mother remembers me. And if I can become your key if it works. This is my final wish. How do you even know about this? They let their guard down around me sometimes. What do you know about Kugawa Kurono? It's a long story. I maybe had a hand in his demise. The young man waves his hand, dismissing further questions. Anyhow, both Lithos and his agent see the egg as important. They think it's an amplifier of some sort, and you've seen its effects already. When an unstable mind becomes an egg, it amplifies its power, and transfers the amplified power to its user, which meshes up the user's mind. And her. In other words, it's difficult for her to use the egg by herself. Establishing a mind connection with an ascendant is a serious burden, and there's no guarantee one can cut it off unilaterally. This is a bargaining chip. Keeping this in mind, you shout out Lamia's name, which stops her hand in midair, along with her weapon. Your mind is already a mess. Hearing this, the mermaid clutches the egg in her arms even more tightly, fearing it might be snatched away the next second. But even in those moments of her hesitation, the hetero creatures still keep their distance from her, fearing the egg she's holding. You two. I know there's a control room here. We should work together for now, Lamia. What you're trying to do is exactly what we're trying to do too. Are you sure you want to work with an ascendant? No, not with an ascendant, but with you, Lamia. But I am an ascendant. It depends on the person. I wouldn't work with Gabriel, for example. We all need to get out of this place, and you need a mind connection too. So let's join forces, I say. The mermaid stands in hesitation, the hetero creatures around her eyeing the egg in her hands, still too afraid to take their chances. Before Lamia met these two again, she'd thought about how to break the ice. She thought about how best to explain herself so they'd understand that she never intended to work with Lithos, nor did she wish to fight them. But she was sure that nothing she had to say would lessen one bit of their hostility toward ascendants. And while she did think about putting on the disguise of an innocent bystander construct, doing so would mean that she wouldn't be able to conceal the crimson giant egg she held. Never did it hit her, though, that they would ask her to join forces without first asking her to justify herself. The legendary Grey Raven Commandant has no choice but to ask for help. Huh. She nods, albeit in doubt. Great. Now, pass me that egg before it messes up your mind even further. Lamia takes another step back, clutching the egg tightly. I can't give you this. Lamia doesn't dislike this particular human with whom she's been working this whole time, and she's happy to keep their relationship the way it is. And she'd even be glad to stay in touch with the human, the same way Lillian and they do with them. As long as they're willing to stop being the hero they are for just a few moments. This is mine, and I'm not giving it to anyone. She knows very well how important the egg is. Her frame won't hold for much longer if she doesn't bring the egg back to Luna, and she might even lose her status as an ascendant, which would turn her into a mere corrupted. Moreover, the egg is all she has to make her wishes come true. I can work with you, but I'm not giving you this. Okay. Seeing you trying to make peace as you take a few steps back, Lamia loosens up a little among the hetero creatures. So, let's start by establishing a mind connection, Lamia. But it's going to corrupt your mind beacon. That much I'm aware of. Her silence voices her doubts. Lithos is still alive. We need to get ourselves sufficiently ready before heading into this territory that he holds dear. We need to figure out a way to call for help in the control room. This is our only chance to get out of this place safely. This is our only chance. And we have to defeat Lithos. That's the least we can do. Lamia gazes at the human before her, whose decaying appearance reminds her of an overripe apple. Would a person fall like an apple if they have their plate too full? Well, sure. Step by step, she approaches the human with the egg, weapon, and a swarm of hetero creatures. Water everywhere. Is this also one of Lithos' defense measures? It seems that he has regained control over this place. Ah, there's something. Is this like that thing I picked up before that I didn't know what it was? Because that made a little beepy noise too. I still don't know what they are. Maybe they like unlock something if you get them all? Can I do anything with this? It looks shiny. But I don't think I can reach it. Only I can get through. Keep moving onward. I know I can't open this, but can I open it eventually? Or, I don't know. Would you like to activate the forced drainage system? Yes, please. I need to get in here and I can't breathe underwater. Alright, you can come over now. Failed? What did I fail? No, I succeeded, didn't I? I don't know what just happened. Whatever. His cat. Whose cat? Oh, we're going right in. Okay. Fun. Ooh, yeah. Anyway, I should see if there's anything useful. Access control should be back to normal now, right? What a hassle. Cathilla's children are here as well? Oh, it's just some test subjects.
Get out of my sight!
It hurts. My energy's full, but I can't go into water mode for some reason.
Quiet!
Or isn't it called Dark Tide form?
Get out of my sight!
I should be able to find some information there. Can I go this way now? Oh, yay! Oh. There's two thingies. Oh, there's three thingies. There's four thingies. No. 3. I think. Document 1. Professor Kilgore Trout makes public confession in his new autobiography. Found a news article. Check it later. 7,411 people initiated joint petition for march in support of Professor Kilgore Trout. Found a news article. Check it later. Professor Kilgore Trout sang among the marchers. Much of the writing is blurred. Check it later. What's that guy got to do with this? They, like, brought him up before. Document 2. Determination of sentence for Professor Kilgore Trout may prove difficult. Much of the writing is blurred. Check it later. Professor Kilgore Trout signed death row inmate body experiment agreement. Much of the writing is blurred. There's nothing meaningful. Significant progress made in experiment for uploading mind data. Much of the writing is blurred. There's nothing meaningful. Professor Kilgore Trout, confirmed dead. All that's left of this news file is the title. The file can't be opened. Document 3. Death row inmate body experiment contract to be scrapped. Old news. Many know about this. Incident report. Much of the writing is blurred. Check it later. Project Cathilla achieved preliminary success. Old news. Many know about this. Some archived news reports? I'll gather them all for now. I should leave the way I came. This chapter was called this level was called His Cat. I still don't know what they mean by that. Having eliminated the hetero creatures that have been tailing you, you perk up and turn your attention back to the old news you just found. Did Lithos put all of these together? Professor Kilgore Trout makes public confession in his new autobiography. A reporter from a news agency received the latest novel by Professor Kilgore Trout. Except for early life anecdotes, the book details how the protagonist, a psychiatrist of 15 years, manipulated and drove 13 individuals to suicide. All were patients he had treated for mental illnesses, while with the latter half of the book including the actual case files of the 13 patients. After repeated verification of the book's authenticity, the reporter decided to report to the police. 7,411 people initiated joint petition for March in support of Professor Kilgore Trout. As a renowned psychiatrist and psychologist, Professor Kilgore Trout has helped countless patients and assisted the police in solving numerous cold cases. The 13 people he incited to commit suicide all had criminal records, but were largely exempt from punishment due to their mental illnesses. According to the reporter's detailed investigation, during the 15 years Professor Trout worked as a psychiatrist, he assisted the police in identifying around 100 criminal cases involving mentally ill individuals, with 13 believed to have been driven to suicide. In an interview, he disclosed his motive: to test if those who justify murder with mental illness would themselves resort to the same reasoning for suicide. And yet, it still hasn't stopped people from speaking up for him. So far, 7,411 people have initiated a joint petition online and organized an offline march. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about this guy. Professor Kilgore Trout seen among the marchers. It was only after the march in support of Professor Kilgore Trout had come to an end that people discovered a man resembling him in photos from the event. Police refused to disclose any further information. However, according to a source, Professor Kilgore Trout indeed managed to escape from prison during that time. And this is how it all went down. Determination of sentence for Professor Kilgore Trout may prove difficult. The police have yet to discover further evidence linking Professor Kilgore Trout to the 13 suicides after his last autobiography was sent out. Supporters have raised doubts about whether the autobiography was actually written by Professor Kilgore Trout himself. Was it by a journalist who had been bribed to send the professor's reputation down the drain? Was the professor forced to write the autobiography? Professor Kilgore Trout signed Death Row Inmate Body Experiment Agreement. Significant progress made in experiment for uploading mind data. It wasn't until now that we're finally keeping confined. Related personnel refused to reveal further information. Professor Kilgore Trout confirmed dead. This particular piece only comes with the title. Death Row Inmate Body Experiment Contract to be scrapped. On July 13th, the Death Row Inmate Body Experiment Contract Plan will be officially terminated. Approved by the world government, this 3-year plan began as a voluntary public welfare contract signed by death row inmates and their families. Upon receiving compensation, inmates agree to participate in related medical experiments. Over the past year, however, multiple instances of backdoor dealings among the institutions involved have been exposed. In the name of the world government, these institutions enlist inmates without consent for inhumane, torturous experiments. After the scandal broke, massive protests ensued, halting the plan within 3 days and leading to the explicit legal prohibition of human experimentation. Incident report. The mind data has been lost. Someone must be helping him. He escaped. Project Cathilla achieved preliminary success. Through cloning and mind backup, the deceased can be reborn in the womb of a mother. Even after conversion to mind data, individuals retain the ability to revert to a human form, granting immunity to fatal injuries and incurable diseases. Humanity will achieve true immortality the day Project Cathilla is successfully developed. Apart from the incident report, most of these documents are just like clippings. They're nothing but bits and pieces of old news. Someone was after this certain Professor Kilgore Trout, and these seem like what came out of his pursuit. Why were they after him, though? You go on looking for clues with this question sitting in the back of your mind, and it isn't long before you find an old novel under the shelf beside the desk. A printed photograph that vaguely captures the figure of a young man falls out of the novel when you open it. I'll take a closer look later. That kinda looks like Vonnegut. Is Vonnegut Kilgore Trout? That's still a wild name to me. Kilgore Trout. Whatever. It's fine. Anyway, you put the photo aside and carry out looking for further information in the book. There is nothing, however, save for bloodstains, until you reach the very last page. That mister came here again today, and he chose me. Father said I have to make him happy, because he's a very prestigious man. But he didn't do anything. We talked about me and my life here, and about the other fathers and Rose. He asked me a lot of questions about what I'd learned, too. I worked up the courage to ask his name, but he just pointed to the book by my bed and asked what I thought of it. I told him I just liked the title of the book, and I picked it from the donations. I thought it was a fairy tale book. I didn't understand a thing when I actually started reading it, though. He told me to start addressing him as Vonnegut when I could read it, and that he would come to pick me up if we could meet again. Am I supposed to believe that, or can I even wait until then? Brielle has been gone for over a month, and Father only brought back his Rubik's Cube. What does this passage mean? Does it have anything to do with the news just now? Vonnegut. Can the truth be as simple as the news makes it out to be? If all of this is pointing toward the past of Vonnegut the agent? The world around you seems to have grown blurry, right when you're about to think a little deeper. The corruption of your mind beacon has been interfering with your judgment. You turn around, hoping to pick the brains of your local guide, but see that he's standing afar, fully attentive to the entrance, while Lamia looks this way, still holding the egg. Not a good time to think about these things now. Did you find something? An old book from Lithos that's not going to help us leave this place. But are you okay? She reaches her hand out, trying to touch you. What's wrong? You seem like you're crying? At the question, you see your face through the reflection in a puddle. You look on the verge of a breakdown, having had to live through too much pain and suffering. You've been turning a blind eye to everything you've been through, pretending they didn't bother you. But here you are, finally losing your control. You're cool. Same difference. No, I can't let it get to me. With everything that needs to be done, you know you've got no time to whine or become anyone's burden. I'm fine. Really? Yep. We can look into these once we're out of here. Time is running against you. We need to prioritize calling for help. When you look up, you break into a smile that shines through the wounds and bloodstains on your face. T-minus 37.5 hours. Oh, it's the 48-hour countdown, isn't it? Until I die. A tricky puzzle again. Are those working for Vonnegut at all into this kind of stuff? Okay. Okay, is it that each of them... Okay, I think I get it. Each of these moves 2 of the platforms, so I have to make them align. Yay! That reminded me of the sound from Zelda when you solve a puzzle and it goes. Oh hi!
Get out
Of my sight! Yeah.
quiet. Yeah,
Like foam! Woohoo!
Sink to the bottom of the sea. Get out of my sight. Quiet.
Ah!
It hurts.
Hey!
Get out of that. Like boom.
Okay. Yay, more rewards. The 1/3 mark of the story. Kinda. I mean, I guess the 1/3 mark of the combat part of the story. Insufficient balance. God only knows if this utopia is going to see the light of tomorrow. You tuck away the documents you just found and continue searching for hope in this maze of a control room. After 2 hours of battle and search, the trio finally comes across the transmitter that Lithos has been using to communicate with the world outside. You tinker with it, hoping it would work, but see that there are no signals. "Let me give it a try," says Lamia, sounding absolutely confident. "I didn't know you knew how to fix transmitters." "Because this is a special channel built by Ascendants." Lamia sounds upset. The confident person that she was just moments ago is nowhere to be found. Anyway, I know how to crack Lithos' cipher to restore the signal. I guess his method can only connect to the ground where the corrupted are." "That's fine. Good enough for now." She nods and proceeds to tinker with the transmitter. She operates the machine in awkward movements, every single step taking what seems like an eternity. She seems like someone fiddling with a machine they've never seen before, with the help of a manual. "Are you familiar with this transmitter?" "Well, I wasn't, but I am now." "What's that supposed to mean?" "That means what you think it means." "I didn't see you take a crash course just now, though." "Well, let's just say I did." "Nothing can surprise me now." "I found a few messages that Lithos left hidden in the punishing that only Ascendants can see." "The Phantom Tracer should also be able to read the messages, right?" "Vonnegut and his Ascendants came up with a lot of intricate stuff with the punishing and the corrupted. It's pretty surprising. I thought you were supposed to fire the punishing as a railgun like what Luna did." She murmurs to herself. "Caught you bad-mouthing your boss right there." "Hey, that's not true. She's just too good for this rubbish. See, she can rock this world in a breeze if she wants to. I mean, you've never seen the owner of a food warehouse try to figure out how to save cans, right?" "Yeah, sure." "Gabriel always says only the weak need to get together to work on their tools and techniques, and that these things don't really mean a thing when they're up against someone overwhelmingly powerful." Lamia looks up with a melancholy face, her gaze penetrating the wall in front of her, crossing the deep sea, and reaching into a starry sky that's not there. "Power grows at a diminishing rate, though. Except even he was never even aware of this." "Ever even aware, huh?" And she'd be correct. Gabriel is not alone in his ignorance. Most people are trapped in their ignorance without realizing it. It's easy for one to take the things they encounter as the only truth, and be clueless or show no interest at all in things beyond their understanding. Many are those who fail to realize even just how ignorant and biased they are. Did something just happen? Huh? You seem a little more composed than you were. "It's nothing. I just saw some reflections." "Reflections of what?" "I don't want to talk about it." She snaps back to this very moment of the draining present. Lamia says no more, continuing to operate the transmitter for a while before looking up again. "We need an identity card." "What were you doing this entire time, then?" "Well, no, I wouldn't say that. That's a little mean. Back to square one, huh?" I just got it up and running, but I'm no expert when it comes to cracking security." She taps her toes anxiously on the floor. Agents minions sure like to make things complicated. Let's split up and look for this ID card then. I'll take care of it. Let's cut off the mind connection for now so you can rest for a bit here. And you know Lamia will do just fine on her own, since information gathering is one of the few things she's good at. Oh, is that my internal monologue saying that? That's mean to her. I mean, I know I call her my favorite fail girl, but still, that's so mean to her. Alright. This time, with her cooperation, the mind connection is quickly severed. Then, the mermaid disappears without looking back. Unable to continue using the egg, Lamia conceals herself and carefully dodges collapsing structures as monsters emerge everywhere. Soon, she comes across a nearby patrolling corrupted, twists off its head, and reads the memory unit within its memory shell. Cinderella, I need your help here. The footage shows Lithos pulling a file from a crack in the wall. Is it nearby? Touching the exact spot she saw in the footage, she notices that the wall itself comprises the Punishing's heterocrystalline. Lithos isn't even trying to guard this place. Is it because humans can't reach this place at all? Or is there another trap hidden in here? Despite the risk, Lamia knows she has to give it a try to see if it leads them to a way out of there. She reaches out to the heterocrystal and pulls an old file out of it. When she opens it, she sees a yellowed file paper with a disordered ID card clipped to it. Kana Corona? Case file for candidates of Project Cathilla. ID, Kana Corona. Biological age, 16. Prior to becoming Cathilla, CB-103 was a child of natural birth, born without the help from the Tree of Life. Her father was researcher Kugawa Kurano. After Kana Kurano was also confirmed to have the potential to become Cathilla. The surgery to merge her with the tree is set for December 23rd at 2100. The Tree of Life. For a split second, the gigantic tree that nurtures the dead crosses Lamia's mind. She's in awe of the technologies from back in the day. Lamia checks the date on the case file and sees that this happened before the Punishing outbreak. Which means they got to have modified her then. While trying to process what she's just read, Lamia places the ID card with the name Kana Korono on the console's sensor area. Let's see if it still works. The console, however, displays a message in bold. Insufficient balance. Access denied. Please recharge or try another ID. Wait, are you seriously making your own people pay to unlock this thing when this is your turf? Disbelieving, she gives the console several more tries, but gets nothing but the same response. I really want to find Lithos for a fight now. Lamia feels anger boiling in her, but knows that it has to wait. She decides to see if there's a workaround. Guess I'll try my luck with other corrupted. All of a sudden, a muffled sound finds its way into Lamia's auditory module. Who's this? It's like an invitation, a trap that's been set up in advance. Quick, hide here. Cinderella? He isn't going to find us this time. The single-winged girl makes her way into the depths of the room with a smile, as though guiding the lost mermaid. Meanwhile, with the help of your local guide, you have been going through the rooms trying to find clues. When you enter the third room, a notebook peeking out from a crack in the collapsed floor catches your attention. Nolan, can you grab that notebook for me? There seems to be red tide below. Sure. Where is it? Point in the general direction. That's not gonna help! It takes the two of you, one severely injured and the other 90% blind, a good 3 minutes to finally pull out another notebook from the crack. There are 3 things in it: a case file, an ID card, and a blank contract. In the case file is the photograph of a girl whom you believe you've met before. Cinderelic? You quickly go through the file and learn that it belongs to a subject coded XX003. The subject was a modestly successful biotech expert born in the Golden Age. For years, she lived with hereditary cancer and, after several recurrences, opted out of treatment to participate in Project Cradle, dead at 41. She devoted everything she had to the Tree of Life from Project Cradle and was reborn 3 times, eventually managing to survive in someone else's body. But it was a failed attempt nonetheless, because XX003 only inherited her scientific talent, and not her memories or personality. If there's anything this elaborate project achieved that the cloning technology couldn't, it's the fact that her mind data was put in a test subject from the CB series, and she was therefore reborn with a new body. Cured of her hereditary disease, she took advantage of the opportunity to swap into an appearance that everyone would find pleasing, but that she didn't much care about. Her mother, coded CB107, after giving birth to XX003, suffered from consciousness and organ rejection caused by the Tree of Life, which soon led to her death. Can XX003 still be considered her, given the way things turned out? District, number, name, age. Subject brief. Thank you for participating in Project Cradle. As this project is still under development, we would like to take this opportunity to go over its many limitations. 1. The ultimate objective of this project is for you to be reborn with your original memories, personality, and all knowledge intact. 2. This project is currently ineffective for those brain dead or with severe brain damage or disease. 3. Per Article 1092 of the Science and Technology Progress and Protection Act by the World Government, those who have signed agreements and claimed the special benefits will be notified upon admission. Your cooperation is requested if diagnosed with less than a year to live, to fulfill agreement obligations. Refer to Appendix 3 for permissions. Due to the unique nature of this project, we would also like to draw your attention to its potential risks, as outlined below. 1. This project involves digitization of your mind, and, upon completion, your body as a human will cease to live. 2. Due to technical requirements, anesthesia will not be administered during the digitization of mind. 3. In addition to the data of your mind, you also agree to leave your biological data with us. 4. Once your mind is digitized, we will not be able to offer visitation rights of any form. Signature of subject or family member. The inner pages of the notebook are printed with screenshots of web pages, making it seem like a nostalgic old man's effort to not forget what's happening. Is this an excerpt from some interview show? The faded images and dialogue carry a witty and humorous exchange between Kilgore Trout and another person whose name has been redacted. Close the notebook. That totally looks like Vonnegut. Although, I don't know. Have I ever actually seen him with his mask off? Either way, if that's what he looks like, he's kind of fine. Oh my god. I mean, he's super evil, but still. Even if somebody's evil, I can recognize that they're hot. I should probably bring these back and look into them. This ID card might help unlock the console. We should either send this to Lamia or ask her to come back. Okay. He steps aside, clearly having no intention of doing the favor for you. We are getting fewer earthquakes and collapses now, which I think is a sign that Lithos has contained the chaos you caused earlier. Once I'm gone, you'll only make yourself an easy target to either Lithos or the humanoid hetero creatures if you stay here. Alright, let's go together. Your leg's blistering from punishing corruption you have. You take a step forward in excruciating pain. You feel as though you were treading on the sharp blade of the knife, like a mermaid. Haha, I get that reference. It's from the original Hans Christian Andersen version of The Little Mermaid, where the Little Mermaid trades her tail for legs, but as part of the caveats of the deal, every step she takes will feel as though it's on the blade of a knife. So she can walk, but she's in constant pain. I'll bear it. Sorry. Seeing you trembling in pain, he repeats his apology. Would love to, but I'm a transcendent now. It's okay. Let's keep going. He nods. As the two groups approach each other with different documents in their hands, the Cradle, on the verge of death, recalls when this nightmare first began. No, her, Cathilla's memories were already filled with nightmares, unique to the Golden Age, before that day even came. This isn't what the higher-ups wanted to see when they decided to invest in you. We're making improvements now, and improvement takes time. Says someone who's still got the time for a fling with the test subject. It's meant to test and see whether the test subject's stability of mind data is correlated to their emotions from when they were alive. Which is why I decided to show her love and encourage her to love. And how's that coming along? CB013 is the only mother who survived, perfectly compatible with the Tree of Life. We proved that compatibility indeed correlates with the test subject's emotional stability. And a little bird told me that you and the test subject had a naturally born child that you named Kana Korono. Is that true? Yes. That's one hell of an experiment right there. Was this also part of your plan too? The still young Kugawa Korono looks down without saying anything. See? They illegalized human experimentation with inmates not so long after Professor Trout's incident. What we're giving you now is not just money. The higher-ups weren't going to stick their noses into your research and would have been happy to keep their mouths shut if you've got something to show for your work, but we are not seeing any progress these days. In a fit of rage, the man showers Kugawa Korono's face with spit. You're not raising your child here with the public funds. Put her to good use or get rid of her. You're running short on both time and money here. If this rebirth thing just doesn't work, you probably want to start coming up with something that's going to please the higher-ups again. Speaking of which, that Queen Bee system built on the Tree of Life wasn't too shabby at all. It lets Cathilla do mind connections with her children and make them obey her orders, right? Ever heard of thought control from one of the hot novels these days? An obedient army that follows every command without question. Ideal, isn't it? Personality and memories aside, talent is all that matters. but I haven't seen progress on your end, and Cathilla is being anything but aggressive. Quite a waste, wouldn't you say? I don't think Professor Godwin would want to. Then you either replace him or call it a day before the police come busting your butt. The man emphasizes the phrase, call it a day, in a tone that's anything but normal, which Kugawa Kurono takes as a pronouncement of death, with reprieve for the wild project at hand. Only 31 researchers remain, silently watching over the 47 guinea pigs still alive. This dream of eternity they're trying to realize, all while disregarding all taboos and the law, is the very definition of insanity, without a single bit of romance. Your funding will be halved. You have 9 months left, so make that count and prove your worth. He leaves in big strides, hands behind his back. Funding got halved. What do we do next? We're too deep in all this illegal stuff to get off the hook. We need to have a meeting with Professor Godwin, once he's feeling well enough. He puts on a wry smile. Even the best outcome requires comprehensive expenditure cuts, from subjects to us, everyone involved. God only knows if this utopia is going to see the light of tomorrow. Mask fusion. Following the blurry phantoms, Lamia reaches a console piled with numerous monitoring devices. Turning the screen on, she sees the only usable program and quickly calls up its instruction manual. There is, in addition, a bizarre schedule that's been repeatedly corrected, with both handwritten and printed corrections. Kana Kurono's memo. 1. Play hide and seek with... He won't find you in places without surveillance. Surveillance is everywhere. Is inside the monitors. Was supposed to be a deceased born to mommy. People said his data was lost a long time ago. Said he came here to visit old friends in the Tree of Life. Is going to help us. Is going to watch over us. Besides him, I only trust Mommy and Sis. No, I gotta trust Dad. Dad is the only one who can keep us safe. 3. Don't hit the researchers. I need to join the Queen Bee system tests. I need to earn points. I need to earn points. I need to earn points. I can't afford tomorrow anymore. I'm out of time. Only those who pass the tests get to earn points. Renting out lives and providing bodies for mutation experiments are the main sources of funding here. We shouldn't be subjects for body mutation experiments. 4. Don't join the Queen Bee system tests. Don't go haywire. Don't kill. Don't be controlled by Mommy. Sis isn't Mommy's child. She's the only one who doesn't get controlled. 5. Keep emotions stable. Fuck emotional stability. What if technology advances one day and they find out emotional stability, mind data stability, and Tree of Life compatibility are all unrelated? I don't want to do the tests. 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 I'm not... Okay, I don't know. I feel like a commit... Okay, Okay, I think this is the last one. I don't want to do the test. I don't want to do the test. I don't want to do the test. I don't want to do the tests. I don't want to do the tests. Putting down the memo, filled with madness, Lamia looks up and sees the notice about the tests on the screen. Points usage and replenishment notice. Starting April 1st, points are required for exchanging flavor enhancers for nutritional supplements and leisure and puzzle models. Points are earned through training completion, experiment participation, and initial evaluation before distribution through the testing system. Points are awarded after the completion of test questions based on test results for unified settlement. What exactly are these tests? Notice on supervising test subjects' participation in tests. CB-103 showed signs of frailty during the Queen Bee system test. To prevent a developmental hiatus, it's imperative to select a new Cathilla substitute early. According to existing research by Professor Kugawa Korono, there exists a correlation between mind datafication and the emotional stability of test subjects. Attention must be paid to the following when supervising test subjects' participation in emotional tests. 1. Test questions are merely to provoke thought. Supervisors must prevent subjects from skipping reading and thinking to control the tests. 2. As the monitoring devices are the most accurate means of measurement, supervisors need to ensure they are correctly worn. 3. Deduction of points is merely meant as a preview. Actual assessment will be based on feedback from monitoring. 4. Subjects with low scores will be prioritized for transfer to EPFM, experiment base for frame mutation. Do I have to wear all this? Reluctantly, she picks up the connection sensor wire from the equipment, wrapping herself in it as the instructions dictate. It says here that I need to stay calm. I believe I'm the happiest person in the world, and that all my needs have been met at this place. The curve on the monitoring device reflects Lamia's true mental state as she lets out a wry laugh. Seems like lying isn't going to get me anywhere. This score is just for preview anyway, so I might as well just tell the truth. These tasks and exercises that the administrator left me with are no-brainers. Do I just keep saying yes? Yes, 0 points. That's close enough. I often feel gloomy. Okay. It's hard enough living in this world. Don't ask for too much. I have trouble sleeping, or often wake up with a start. I guess I want to get points, so emotional stability? Well, that one was easy. I am willing to breed the dead. It's a great redemption. Well, geez. What's the emotionally stable response to this? I guess since they want the experiment to go well, yes? I feel somewhat nauseous. Breeding the dead brings me happiness. Sure. Does everyone who is related to Cadilla need to sincerely answer yes to be able to survive? I'm uninterested in anything beyond breeding the dead. I mean, I would think that the emotionally stable response to this is no. Well, shit. Lemia feels dizzy looking at the remaining 100+ questions. Are we sure that was an emotional stability test? Connor, the test is over. I've got some points left, and I brought the parts for the model ship that you were talking about before. The model ship? Say, why are you always trying to make things happen for people? Is there nothing you want for yourself? Well, I probably just want to see you and Mommy happy. See us happy? She looks down and changes the subject. How in the world did you manage to bring the model ship here like this? I have a service robot that... Oh, here it comes. No sooner has she spoken than the service robot places the box containing the model ship's parts on the lounge table. Thank you. With a wry smile, she shakes her wings, temporarily lost for words. Kana, what's wrong? Is everything okay with the test? The test? Oh, well... It went well. Super well. I'm becoming Catilla in an hour. We should put this model ship together now, before I go. Kana interrupts XX003 before she could finish congratulating Kana. How do we do that? Silly me. We don't even have hands now, do we? Why in the world did I tell you that the model ship looked nice in the first place? Did I make you upset? No, it isn't your fault. She lets out a deep sigh as she looks fondly at the picture of the ship, completed and glamorous, on the box. Hey, why don't we have your service robot do it for us? Wait, are you sure about... The ship is innocent, and so are you. It's those bad guys that took our hands that we should hate. Kana watches as the service robot opens the box and slowly assembles the model ship. She quietly moves up to XX003 and whispers in her ear. Did you know that everyone is going to die if Mommy puts the Queen Bee system to work 2 more times? Huh? They're trying to figure out ways to make Mommy aggressive. That's going to waste everyone away. There is no avoiding it. Neither can I. People never know what they have until they lose it. You're CP107's child. Mommy can't control you with the Queen Bee system because you aren't one of her children. And the researchers don't have enough points to afford tomorrow, which means someone's going to come and bust this place down soon. Is that what Mr. said too? No. He showed me how, and I had to look into it myself. So you see, Mommy plans to take her revenge on them before everything comes to an end. She wants to kill them all. That mister was right. They should become trees of life themselves if they want to be reborn so badly. This is great! Serves them all right! The more they push the Queen Bee system to secure a future, the faster they bring about their own demise. Promise me that you'll take good care of yourself when you're gone. No. Why should I do that? Because you're CB107's child, and you've got those wings that can take you to the world out there. Why won't you take me with you? We would if we could, but we can't. We would have loved to live on, to leave this place and see the real world out there, and see if it's as despicable as this place. But we don't have that option anymore, unfortunately. I can help you. But you can't become Cadilla, can you? That's a good thing, though. You being the one that survives, that is. But what am I gonna do without you guys? Who's going to be there smiling for me down the road? It's okay. You will be... The ship is assembled. Kana Corono, you have 5 minutes until the next item on your schedule. I should go now. With a wry smile, Kana nods and follows the service robot out of the lounge, leaving XX003 standing alone in the fully lit room, lost. At that moment, XX003 wishes she could be the water chasing the ships, and not the reef that the water bypasses. What am I gonna do? Cathilla is a perfect mother, so I am not afraid. I am not afraid of becoming Cathilla. Don't leave me all by myself. But that's not something I'll ever be able to ask for. I'm just a replica that looks a lot like the real deal. Give Kana back to me! Mommy! In memories that should have been forgotten, she struggles, forcing a difficult smile at her mother with the same face as Kana's. The smile works. The crazed woman hesitates for a second for her only beloved child, before anger quickly returns. Yes, it's futile. Kana's wings are broken, and her hair has been combed by Mommy. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Mommy. Mother and Kana are the only people existing in her world. If Kana isn't coming back, what does it matter if she sacrifices herself for what remains of the world? The girl reaches for her wings that are causing her excruciating pain and tears them off with sheer force. I can be her! As long as that means I can fulfill someone's desires. And as long as that means I won't be left all alone by myself. Even her hair that hangs over her shoulders, she can cut it off with the blades on her wings. See? I look exactly like Kana now. Right? The woman finally regains some of her composure as she trembles. Tentatively, she places her hand back on her head. Kana. Kana. It's okay. If I can't fulfill your wish, then all I have to do is become someone else. Yes, it's me, Mommy. You didn't lose anyone. Worthless. The audience has disappeared, leaving Cathilla and Kana the only things valuable in this world. I just noticed, the tear lines going down her face. Those are really subtle. You're okay. Thank goodness. So please, smile for me just once more. This is how you've always been navigating life, right? Memories and the cacophony of reality merge, turning into a flood that gushes into her already chaotic mind. You harbor similar doubts yourself, right? Why is it that you'll never recognize me for the person I am, as long as I am who I am? Our consciousness is too frail and can't be hatched. If we could become one, though. If we could become one. Please tell me who I am. then we could be anything we want to be. The wires of the monitors tangling around Lamia have turned into red umbilical cords, connecting her to the giant red egg. It was only at this moment that she realized that this test and machine had been a trap set for consciousness fusion from the start. Cathilla's piercing screams flood into her room like a tide, swiftly overwhelming Lamia, who was already on the verge of chaos. Enticed by the screams, a plethora of hetero creatures file in. The control room is sealed on all sides, leaving no way out and making mind connection impossible. They came with intense aggression, utterly different from the hetero creatures that had surrounded Lamia before for a tentative attack. Now, they seem like they are attacking with clear instructions. The frenzy caused by the hetero creatures causes the red tide to splash onto Lamia's lap. She has no more time to think. Her consciousness plunges into the Crimson Sea. My mind is fusing with the egg. Wake up! Lamia! Catilla has been recycled. XX003 is still alive. Please save her, mister. Her self-cognition is already in turmoil, even if she's saved. Can I? No. Is there another way for me to go? Well, this is kind of confusing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Maybe I need to go further back? Can I go further back? This looks like a wall. Okay, this is getting weird. Does it not actually have to do with my movements, or? Ah! Now it's filled in. That's weird. Oh. Ew. Let's give her a new name. Not XX003 Arcana, but one that truly belongs to her. She reminds me of a bird that's good at camouflaging itself when it's little. Let's call her Cinderelic. Hopefully she will find her true self. I will complete this plan for Mister, so let me be reborn by Mother. She still couldn't find herself.
Get out of my sight! Yeah, like boom! Quiet! Get out of here! You're in my way! Sink to the bottom of this sea!
Oh, these ones have a lot of health. Come on.
Of my sight!
Ah! I am still very much not used to fighting these enemies yet.
Get out of death! Like boom! My way!
What? Ah! I'm chained?
Get out of here! Die! Sink to the bottom of this sea! Quiet! It hurts.
The fact that there's two of them makes it even harder to keep track.
Like boom! Get out of here! Die! Sink to the bottom of this sea!
Don't get too caught up in the egg's emotions. Wake up. Lithos is on the way.
You're here. The kid who stole Cinderelic.
Well, that was weird. It was fun though. Ooh, this looks like Lithos' boss arena. Am I gonna fight Lithos again? Promised demise. I only have 3 more like actual levels to get through. T-minus 33.5 hours. Emerging from the looping illusion, Lamia can't stop herself from shaking. She glances at the human commandant, covered from head to toe in wounds, in front of her, and Noan, who stands so far away she can barely see him. Looking at the sludge around her that used to be hetero creatures, she quickly realizes what happened. Was that a mind fusion? She realizes that the egg in her arms is the root of all evil, but she clutches tightly to it all the same, like an orphan holding a weapon on the battlefield. It's all good now, Lamia. How long have I been here? Not counting the time it took me to come here, about 1 hour. Why did you come here? To give you this ID card. Lamia falls silent when you pass her the ID card with XX003 written on it. Let's just hope we've got enough money putting these two together. What do you mean? Lamia quickly brings you up to speed about the illusions she saw during her mind fusion. These hetero creatures are so organized, they've gotta be under someone's command. It could be Lithos, no? Did I flatten these guys? You did. You were going crazy attacking those hetero creatures when I got here. And you only calmed down after reconnection. You've been sitting here zoning out for quite some time since. I was zoning out? So why didn't you just take the egg? Humans might not be able to touch it, but you have someone with you who can. Because I trust you. But what? I said I trust you, Lamia. I trust that you don't hate this world as much as you make yourself seem. And that you care more about the humans who brought you into this world. Am I right? Lamia lowers her head, deep in memory because of these words. Do you really mean it? That this isn't just some temporary partnership sort of thing, but that you actually trust me? I did. Or else I would have done things differently. Why do you think I connected with you, knowing that my mind beacon would get contaminated? This is an utter lie. You proposed taking the egg when no one told you that Lithos was coming this way. She's calming down with the connection. This is our only chance. The egg is very important to Lamia, and she is not going to hand it over without putting up a fight. There is no way I can keep her tamed with a mind connection once she gets out of the deep sea with it. If this ends up in the hands of another Ascendant, who hates humans even more, we can't afford to bear another catastrophe. We have to make this opportunity count, and take control into our own hands. You can touch the egg. It's going to make the mind connection between me and the Transcendent easier too. Lithos can still mess with my frame, though. He might not be able to make me do what he wants me to do, but giving me the egg is like handing it right to him, because he can control the punishing around me. Come on, I need a workaround. I don't have one. Lithos is going to merge with Cathilla's consciousness, even if he dies in her womb. Being an Ascendant just makes it that much easier for him. Ever thought about charming the enemy into working for us? I can hold the egg for as long as you want me to if we get Lithos out of the way. When I barely fit the dictionary definition of presentable... Come on, you look presentable with a capital P. Here goes nothing. Lamia is oblivious to your desperate will to survive. To her, you're a battered and bruised human with a wry smile who's putting a word of trust in her. A world of trust in her. In your eyes, having clouded from all the damage you have taken in the corruption, she sees sadness, separation, and trust, all of which she has seen. Like what she saw on that rainy day. The fragile walls of her swaying heart buckle under the weight of her memories, and yet Lamia is holding on to the last bit of her rationality. Lamia can't measure how much truth there is to your words, but she now doesn't see a point for her to argue with you about anything besides the egg. Besides, she somewhat enjoys this hard-earned respect. Do you think humans and Ascendants can coexist peacefully? Seizing a rare opportunity for dialogue, Lamia asks you, someone whom she believes thinks about world peace and all, raises a question that crosses her mind every now and then. That's for sure, although there's no telling whether they'll be of equal standing when that day comes. Well, I've observed a bit of a change in Luna's attitude these days. With the clock ticking down on you, Lamia drifts away from the here and now, into that dreamy journey of hers that she hasn't yet had enough of. Lamia... She looks this way with a dreamy look in her eyes. Listen, Lithos is coming this way. He and Catilla will find you as long as you have the egg with you. We'll only get to use those 2 ID cards if we defeat Lithos. There is no future if we don't get rid of Lithos now. Get rid of Lithos. Get rid of me? Lithos. It took him a little longer than you thought, but here he is. Thought you wouldn't come. Dealing with those rooms that you people messed up and left to rot definitely took me some time. And it doesn't help that you aren't the easiest person to find in this world. You've been staying holed up, knowing that the last shot takes 48 hours. Either you know what's going on, or... Lithos scoffs at the young man behind you. Someone has been feeding you information and guiding you. Why bother asking when you already know the answer? And the whole story about how you can't see, that's a lie too? You think everyone and everything in this world needs to meet all your needs and wants, Lithos. And so do your fathers, whose guts you hate. The purple-haired descendant says no more, his smile fading away as he turns around coldly. Behind him, another shadow emerges in the darkness. Cathilla. Lamia, give Cinderellic back to Mother now. Is that really Cinderellic's mother? The egg in Lamia's arms twitches like a fish out of water. Lamia, those are some very hurtful words that just came out of your mouth. But you've been feeding her nothing but lies. She's not even going to find herself, even if she's reborn. She's just going to become one of your tools again. Says someone who's been using the kid as a tool this entire time. Do it, Lamia. The mermaid silently raises her weapon. Saying nothing, Lithos walks up this way, all the while keeping Cathilla behind himself. Let's get down to dealing with the traitor first. Nolan, watch out! Lithos! She is here! There is no way you can bypass her enhanced permissions to control the punishing. During that fragmented, hallucinatory journey she had, Lamia caught glimpses of the truth within the egg. I can do this all day, Lamia. And the rest of you, I'm sure Cathilla will have no trouble dealing with.
Lithos, I don't want to kill you.
We don't have a choice. Let me struggle bitterly until the end.
It hurts. Get out of my... Quiet!
Well, that was creepy.
Of my dad! Like boom! It hurts. Get out of here! Die! Sink to the bottom of this sea! It hurts. Quiet! Get out of my sight! Yeah, like boom! Quiet! In my way! Get out of here! Die!
Yay, I did it! Having been pierced multiple times, Lithos' body all but completely shatters on the ground. How many deaths is this now? It doesn't matter. No one cares. At best, this tedious life of his causes the best of heroes nothing but disgust. Whether this battle happened or not, dying at the predetermined time as he has promised is a mission he must complete. Next, his consciousness will merge with Cathilla's cradle, after which he will replace the traitor who died as the new joystick. His consciousness is not like the traitor's, so he can't last long in the cradle, which is why he has to time it perfectly, so that he can trap the Grey Raven Commandant without any hiccup when the final moment comes. Which is good enough. Mission complete. And everything went according to plan, he says to himself. If there's liable to change in this plan, it's that Lamia and the traitor who led Cathilla away haven't been dealt with. But he can't wait any longer. If the cradle continues to collapse, everything will be buried at the bottom of this deep sea. But he doesn't have a choice but to leave the two variables in the hands of his other self, who's merged with Cathilla. What if things don't go smoothly? Then consider it the revenge of a replica on him. After all, he only values the real Lithos as he is now. Step by step, Lamia walks up to Lithos as she keeps her eyes on him. Lithos, on the other hand, keeps a satisfied smile on his face, even when his head is penetrated. This is good enough. Mission is complete, and everything went according to plan. He lies to himself. Okay. The final chessboard. Quietly, the players lay their nearly gone life on the chessboard. Or the player lay their nearly gone life on the chessboard, prepared for the worst as they take the next move. Lay is one of the most frustrating words to conjugate. T-minus 32.1 hours. When Lamia is done washing herself clean of the blood and rejoins the human, no one has succeeded in luring Cathilla away. No one barely manages to dodge Cathilla's vital hits, even as he gives up attacking her altogether and concentrates fully on dodging her attacks. He's buying us time. In the short few minutes Lamia was gone to clean herself up, the human had become all but soaked in blood. Are you okay? More so than it is meant to check on the human's physical condition, the question is meant to find out how they're feeling on the inside. The human looks up at her with a weary smile. It's just the corruption. Corruption? When she looks up at Cathilla, it hits her just how much damage it can cause when humans and hetero creatures come into contact. Amputation is the least that this humanity's hero will face, even on the off chance that they can make it back home safely. Should I help deal with Cathilla? No. Let's head to the communication room first. No one showed me this place. And that's our rendezvous point. Where? A secret base that's safe from the collapse and won't catch Cathilla's attention. We can only use it as an emergency shelter, because it's only a matter of time before they find us if we go there now. Got it. Lamia holds out her hand, trying to help the human get back on their feet, and sees that their feet have blistered to the point of looking like pulps of blood and flesh. Do you want me to carry you? She looks away, feeling awkward. Lamia has been avoiding eye contact with everyone she's seen the entire way. That'd be very kind of you. The mermaid gathers her long hair to the front and bends down to offer her back to the human. She offers to catch and hold the human with one hand while still holding the egg with the other. Holding onto Lamia's hand, you stand up somewhat precariously. As the two of you come into contact, her cool body provides a moment of relief to the burns you've sustained, as her back becomes glaringly stained with your blood. You want to apologize to her, yet as she travels down the bumpy path, there is nothing you can do but lean your head powerlessly against her shoulder, every bump seemingly delivering a major blow to your head. Hey, it's a little... My neck is getting tickled. I'm sorry. Halfway through your apology, blood drips out of your mouth and nose, like pearls coming off a broken string, soaking Lamia's cheeks in soft long hair. Sorry. You blurt out an apology, knowing full well that it is the punishing and the mind-beating corruption that are to blame. Stop apologizing. When Lamia is back to the transmitter, she sees that it's already been fixed and places the 2 ID cards, bearing Kana Corono and XX003, respectively, on the sensor. As the green light comes to life, so too does the console's interface. Yes, this will do. Lamia sets you down, careful so as not to cause further damage to your body. Thank you. You try your best to keep your fingers from shaking and suppress the excruciating pain coming from your fingers as you punch the passcode into the transmitter. With it, a connection icon pops up on the screen. Please. After 16 long seconds, a construct soldier you've never seen before shows up on the screen. Who's this? Gee, the video quality is terrible. I'll say the emergency code and ask to be connected to someone in charge. That sounds smart, right? Huh? Who in the world is this? You know what? Let me just put you through here. 3 seconds later, you see Celica on the screen. Celica? It's me, Luke Aurora. I'm currently 5,000 meters below sea level. Huh? She seems a little confused. You speak faster, trying to explain your situation. She puts on a meaningful smile, nodding to show she's listening while reaching for the console to her left. Something's off. The way she seems and the way she's reacting. Something is just not right. And it doesn't help that you can barely think now, when your brain is barely working because your mind beacon has been contaminated. What in the world is going on? You don't really know if your brain is still working, or if you've gone mad. Celica? I'm listening. Like a sculpted mask, Celica's face flickers in and out of view. What's going on? Celica! Watch out! Lamia grabs you by your jacket and jerks you from the screen. A split second later, the console blows up with a loud bang, torn apart amidst countless crimson sparks. Huh? Severely injured and no longer the agile person you've always been, you fail to dodge the explosion completely, and end up with your thigh penetrated by a shard. Amplified by the drug, the pain courses through you like electricity, draining the last bit of strength from your legs and uprooting your nerves. What exactly is happening? As you think out loud, you see the world around you slowly blacking out as the long overdue dizziness washes over you. You have to try to fight off the lightheadedness to keep the world around you from being swallowed by darkness. When your vision finally returns, you find yourself sitting in a corner in the control room, soaked in cold sweat, your legs spasming in pain. You know you can't get back on your feet again. Hesitant and seemingly trying to find the right words to say, she squats a few steps away from you and pokes the air at your eye level. With it, the red mist disperses and ripples away. Try to remain calm. Are you feeling better? Being an ascendant and not needing to breathe or worry about the punishing, Lamia is completely oblivious to what you're going through. She looks down at you as you struggle to breathe, the same way she probably would a puppy she sees in a downpour. I have no idea what just happened back there. Lamia looks at the shattered transmitter with sincere confusion. Did I screw up somewhere? The last thing you want to do at this point, however, is trying to figure out if she screwed up somewhere. The naive hope you had been holding on to swelled into a big bubble and blew up right in front of you, leaving nothing but a pitch-black abyss. With its mouth wide open, fate has waited for creatures to come at it, promising no way out unless they fight to the death. Hey! Hey! T-minus 26.2 hours. After God only knows how long, you awake in pain. You try to work your fingers, but can now barely feel anything in your limbs. This, you figure, is about as far as your body has come. But it hasn't even been 48 hours yet. Possibly because of the influence of the drug, your mind, as opposed to your gradually deteriorating mobility, sharpens. Working your eyes, you find yourself lying in the hallway of a deserted aquarium. Seeing the syringes and empty bags of medical fluids lying around you, you figure you've been given painkillers and a polypill electrolyte solutions, and that no one was probably here. You're awake! Holding the egg, the mermaid leans against the railing. Did you bring me here? Yes. I didn't know what to do when you passed out cold, so I thought I'd bring you here first. Nolan did some emergency first aid on you with the kit he brought here. I'm surprised you weren't the one that did it. I'm no doctor, and I was trying to keep the punishing in check. Pretty sure your corruption would have gotten worse with the transcendence around you. And your skin is so bad that it took the dude 7 or 8 tries to finally get the needle into you. Thank you, Lamia. I don't know what I would have done without you. She nods her head without saying anything, her tail swinging harder than it did moments ago, and finally coming to a stop after she whacks the railing. And where is Noah now? He left right after he was done helping you. Seems like he hates Ascendant's guts. Awkward silence ensues. So, what do we do next? I don't think Lithos can hold out for much too long, since since he isn't completely stable. And this place is going to start falling apart again if he has another breakdown. And water pressure is going to be an issue even for me when that happens. Guess we're 5,000 meters under sea level? Best I can handle is 4,000. And all these hetero creatures are going to go on a killing spree if we let them out of here. And we've got to keep them under control with the egg. She stops talking, but she needn't say more for you to catch her drift. Lamia wouldn't be able to fight and fend for herself underwater without you around. Not when her mind is in chaos. It hits you now that there is just no way for the three of you to cheat death. Lamia decides to look away from the elephant in the room for some time being. For the time being. I noticed just now when we got here that this whole place itself is an actual structure. I guess it's either a deserted submarine or some sea base built on top of this place. An actual structure, you said? Yes, it's completely different from that place out there that kept falling apart. We were in the body of a hetero creature most of the time back there, and Lithos probably meant for the things that were falling down to keep humans safe, right? Humans would have died from corruption without those things and an ascendant to keep the punishing in check. And it was only when we got here that I saw that the hetero creature was connected to some underwater ruins. This place only looks like a super complicated maze because Lithos built most of the doors to these tunnels, and there are all these red-tide undercurrents underneath. Except for this door. You have to come all the way here to see this channel that you missed. I see. I took a look at where this place is connected to this place we were at just now, and it seems like these ruins are all going to sink and get crushed in water if the hetero creature has a complete breakdown and the connection is severed. Given the way things are, we have another 20 to 30 hours at most. Okay, so is the countdown my 48-hour countdown? Or is it until this place fucking goes under? When Lamia is done talking, you find yourself deep in thought, in prolonged silence. Is there anything I'm missing? There is. And it's something I've been trying to avoid at all costs. But I'm at my wit's end here. Is it because of Catilla that you've been avoiding it at all costs? I know for a fact that she's not going to let us off the hook now, so continuing with the operation would still be highly risky. I mean, we can always try to figure out a workaround as long as I've still got the egg and you around, but you... Yeah, that too. Where is Catilla going to go if we do manage to get out of here? Knowing Vonnegut and how carefully he planned this whole thing, I'm sure there's going to be someone waiting to pick up Catilla. And it's only a matter of time before this plan is set in motion again. If he just grabs Catilla and leaves. Is this person seriously still worried about other people when they're on the verge of death? We can't let what happened at Puglia Forest Park happen again. The human lets out a deep sigh, which causes your body to curl up, which in turn stretches your skin and causes still more pain. Even in such excruciating pain, the human raises another question. Lamia, do you think you can beat Catilla on your own? No, not when I'm here. Say if we could leave this place and go to the sea surface. Or maybe just somewhere where the punishing isn't as dense. Would your answer be different? Why do we need to beat Catilla, though? She keeps those hetero creatures in check for Vonnegut, which is good for everyone. Good for everyone? When she doesn't give a damn about mankind? You've seen those hetero creatures that she gave birth to, haven't you? They seem anything but friendly, if you ask me. We can't let Cthulhu get out of here alive. And that goes for the eggs, too. Except you don't have a clue how to get out of here. Not when getting out of here comes at the cost of a life. But for them to help you, they would have had to be notified ahead of time. And it would take some time for them to send people down, even if Cthulhu catches their attention while getting out of the sea. And Vonnegut will likely have been long gone with Cthulhu by then, meaning you've done everything for absolutely nothing. Lamia would never agree to it. Even on the off chance that you managed to pull that off, there is no way Lamia would wait for the task force to get here to kill her. If anything, she'd leave this place hating mankind even more, and come back for retaliation somewhere down the road. But there are no other options. And now you're mentally beating yourself up for blowing up every single one of your replicated consciousness there was. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You know full well that those replicated consciousnesses are no different from you. And that it's not your place to decide their fate, simply because they're replicated beings. Would it be okay if someone treated Lucia the same way? On top of your own possible death, you now have to think about the damage Cthulhu might wreak once she gets out of here, and all the lives that would be lost because of that. There's only one way out of this. I'll become Cthulhu's second consciousness. There is a chance that you might be able to keep Cthulhu stalled if you do it. Lamia might not be completely happy with this plan, but you just need to keep Cthulhu and Vonnegut stalled until help from Babylonia gets here. And let the other Grey Ravens, oblivious to your plan, kill you. Quietly, you lay your nearly gone life on the chessboard, prepared for the worst as you take the next move. Lamia, what does this egg mean to you? An opportunity to fulfill my wish. And what is your wish? I want to go somewhere far and see what it's like. I want to catch up to those people, see for myself the starry sky they've given up their lives trying to pursue, and discover the truth the universe holds. Would you still want to do all that, at the cost of destroying everything there has ever been? Do you fancy a future where there is no one? I don't. But what does it matter? People die, and so do civilizations. I've seen it, over and over. Lives hardly mean anything when the universe reverts to when it began. And a future without humans is nothing when you compare the two. She looks ahead, her gaze merging into the void of the starry sky. Still enthralled by those illusions, her soul wanders afar. That last thing you said just now makes you sound like an ascendant. But that's exactly what I am. You sounded more like an ascendant than you did Lamia. What do I need to say to sound like myself, then? You didn't object when I said you cared about the humans who brought you into this world. So, do you? I do. But there will come a day when humans and civilizations on Earth all die. That much I know to be true. I know I'm sounding contradicting here, but that's fine. being contradictory is being human. It's possible for you to care about someone, while at the same time feeling so sick and tired that you want to give up on them. But there's nothing I can... Why did you save me then, if you didn't really care about humans? Is it only because you find me useful? No. Well, that's part of it, but it's mostly because of what you said. But these are two different things. I'll always have the choice of saving you as long as I have the egg, but that choice will be taken away from me if I don't have the egg. The human, left with no choice, prostrates before her silently. I wanted to make this chance count and live as my true self. You see, I don't have to be Lillian or any of those people I've worked with. I can just be out there without having to worry about anything. And where does that leave Cinderellic? These words hit home. It is true that the egg helped her become Lamia, while Cinderellic was stripped of her name and freedom and turned into a tool. Is it because she's useful? Or is it because people don't get to choose if they become one with hetero creatures? But what choice did Lamia have herself? No, I never meant to. Lamia looks at you with utter sadness because you, one of the handful of people in her life who trusts what she has to say, look exhausted and disappointed. She doesn't want to treat Cinderellic as a tool to get herself what she wants anymore. Cinderellic, I understand what it's like getting left behind and stranded. That's why I have these wishes. Lamia looks up and, like a prisoner yearning for the world out there, gazes toward the illusory starry sky deep in her memories. The bright light she saw in the simulations still beckoned to her, casting her into a sea of confusion. Yet she understands that it's not a desire for power that drives her toward the starry sky in pursuit of the truth of the universe, but a longing to see for herself what the place is like that they were all willing to die for. She strives to secure her own footing, yet cannot ignore the fact that the egg in her arms is none other than Cinderellic. Her memories are still deeply rooted in many vibrant souls. She has never been one who doesn't care about people. But once a specific someone becomes all of humanity, or the concept known as humanity, then it becomes irrelevant to her and stops mattering as much. She remains always an outcast in pursuit of those she's familiar with. Listen, Lamia. Seeing her hesitate, you open your mouth, knowing exactly what's going through her mind. There are many out there, like you, like Cinderellic, seeking help. They don't have what it takes to become ascendants, or even constructs. And I'm sure that a lot of these people would enjoy being around you, even if you don't have the egg. Are you sure? Yes. And so I do. And I just wanted to say thank you. I will be gone before you know it. And I'm sure you know why. No? I just wish we'd met in better times, so I could get to know you for who you are and understand your struggles. But it's okay, because there are a lot of humans out there. Humans like the ones who brought you into this world. And you do know what took them away, don't you? The punishing. And if the egg is taken away, which, as you know, will cost more lives than you can imagine, leaving you all alone in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Is that the kind of world you want to see? I know, but I just... Right when Lamia opens her mouth to speak, you hear Cathilla's cry coming from the distance. She's here! Lamia! I'm going to beat her away from here. We'll be back after that. Bidding farewell. We don't belong to the same floor. I passed by the one you're on during my ascent, and now I see it again as I go down. However, I don't think I'll ever ride this elevator again. So let's say our farewells now. Ooh, I need a drink. I've been talking for a long time. I guess this is good practice, though. Because if I want to keep streaming and maybe go into voice acting, then I'm gonna have to learn how to talk for a long time. A long time. Anyway, back into the story. A young man crawls in moments after Lamia has left. He drops a blanket next to you and throws up his arms to show that he had no luck in finding anything useful. Lithos is now Cathilla's second consciousness. I've sealed off some entrances, but had no luck finding the things I stored up before. I just gave you a bit of ketamine. That's all I brought in here. See, Lithos has banned the use of anesthetics. That's fine. This young man looks so much like Noan that you just can't bring yourself to tell him to give up on his life. But given about 20 hours left, you can't seem to think of anything better than this. Let's take the egg first. Okay. Lamia is having trouble making up her mind now. She doesn't know what she should do with the egg. We need to take advantage of this and stop her before it all gets out of hand and turns into a disaster. A lot of people are going to. What about you? That Ascendant girl is feeling overwhelmed by all the choices she has. But that goes for you. So what about you? Aren't you going to sacrifice yourself because you are at your wit's end? Avoid sacrifice, unless it's the only way for you to fight back. Look who's talking. Hang in there. I know you're trying to save the world here, but that doesn't mean you should overlook all other possibilities. Throwing your life away like it's trash isn't exactly smart. So hang in there, and give it a few more tries. You'll always have the option of giving up and telling the world that you've tried it all, when you really have tried it all. Right back at you. Without saying anything, he waves his hand before turning around to head toward the exit. I won't say anything. After that, the young man walks up to Cathilla, who's caught in a standoff with Lamia. Let me cut you a deal, Ascendant, if you want to leave this place with that commandant of yours. The two quickly get out of Cathilla's sight, no one brings Lamia up to speed on his escape plan. He plans to get out of the deep sea using Cthulhu, which is going to make him Cthulhu's second consciousness, allowing him to seize Lithos' control over her. I'll have Cthulhu open a temporary exit in the decompression chamber. Go through there and free her from her shackles, and then you'll be able to leave with the human. How are you going to seize control from Lithos, though? Your consciousness is just going to become one with his if you go in now. Cthulhu is going to lend me a hand. She's going to give birth to him ahead of schedule. But how are you going to make her help you? She's still awake, and I've been there and done that. What do you stand to gain from this deal, then? The egg. I need the egg to keep Cthulhu under control from the inside, so I can take advantage of her protection and keep you from turning into a pulp 5,000 meters underwater. Let's go through your choices here again. 1. Agree to this deal, which means that you get to get out of here with that commandant after freeing Cthulhu's womb from the shackles. Or 2. We can all wait for Cthulhu's womb to collapse and kill us all. She's essentially given only one choice, and yet she's seeing an opportunity, one with which she can make all her wishes come true. But what's going to happen after that? Leaving you all alone in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Lamia isn't sure if that's what she really wants. No. Giving up on wishes is hard, but hating the outcome after they've realized is even worse. Guess I don't really want to have to deal with the hassle of making them come true. This is what she tells herself. Here, take it. Reluctant as she is, the mermaid lets go of the egg. Okay. The young man takes out a hastily scribbled map. Go to this place and wait there. I'll open an exit here. Wait, I have one more condition to add. When you become Cthulhu, can you find Shorthalt's name tag for me? I want to return it to the Commandant. It's supposed to be important to humans, right? Okay. The mermaid leaves quietly, heading swiftly toward the location marked in the map. In the empty tunnel, no one is the only one that remains as Cthulhu approaches this way. His mother, now a monster, stops before him. Clearly, the two consciousnesses in there know what he's up to. Cthulhu, I have Cinderella here with me. You've always wanted to apologize to her, haven't you? Come and take her then. I know you can fight Lithos to a certain extent. The two consciousnesses, each harboring different thoughts, stagger forward, struggling. Thank you. And thus, this life that had made the wrong choice finally found the right path for itself. Alone, he escaped the absurdities of this world. With what sounded like the lamentations of a whale, Lamia left the cage that had been imprisoning her. What enters her visual module is a vast and boundless underwater ruin. This is beyond insane. When exactly did Lithos put all of these here? Is there still time? Commandant is beyond exhausted. Gotta hurry up! With a flick of her tail, Lamia swims toward where the punishing is most concentrated, because she's sure that's where Cthulhu and the hetero creature are being kept imprisoned. For the first time in her life, she feels glad to be an ascendant. And this is the second time in her life that she's glad to have the tail of a fish. The human, on the other hand, has a dream on the verge of death. In the dream, they're back in the hall where their graduation ceremony was held. About to leave the school, the graduates all sing the all too familiar school anthem together. As the flames spread in the distance, the pioneers' robes become stained with blood. I bid farewell to yesterday's campus, armed with everything I have been taught. Their eyes sparkle, filled with hope for the future. A road emerges from the ruins, marked by the footsteps of all those who went before us. Yes, we're all here because of everyone who's fought the war of yesterday for us. No, that's not it. People who once laughed around us all turned into unrecognizable corpses before we even knew it, leaving us with only a handful of them. No one can say on their behalf that they regret not, as they all left this world with unrealized wishes. Yet, every time this song is sung, you're taken back to the graduation ceremony. You've told those on the ground that they haven't been forsaken, for a future without strife, for our home on Earth, for the young students to get themselves ready, and for those you love to be able to take a moment to breathe. Is this your memory? Everything is shining so brightly. Before you know it, a woman stands right beside you. Her presence on the brilliantly lit stage is hardly fitting, reminiscent of a burnt hole on a beautiful tapestry, utterly out of place. Are you really willing to give up all these to merge your consciousness with mine? You're different from them. You still have time. You can't even imagine how painful it's going to be. Our memories will merge, and you'll feel the pain I've had to live through. Understand why I can't control myself, and why I hurt people. It'll be like a dream, where your flesh withers and soul burns. You'll feel as if your lower body and abdomen have disappeared, leaving only your upper body hanging from the tree of life as you become one with it. You'll find countless lives and soon to be deceased connected to your consciousness, forcing you to experience the joy and pain of birth. And even if you cry for help, you'll get nothing but infant cries in response. If you still wish to proceed, then promise me one thing. Please help me kill myself. The woman's figure vanishes, after which a massive snowfall engulfs the auditorium. When you look behind you, you see all the undergraduates looking worriedly back this way. Something you once did, back when you were still an undergraduate yourself. You know that your time is drawing to a close, and that you have to go now, into an uncharted tomorrow that you need to explore with your life at stake for those who stand behind you, like all those who came before you have done. Don't go, Commandant! A pair of arms wrap around you. You turn around and see the other Grey Ravens looking back at you. Just give us some time to make you stay. We don't want to part ways just yet, even if that's meant to happen someday. Could you trust us a little more? I'm sure Vonnegut or the hetero creatures won't have anything on us, as long as we stick together. So please, and I'm begging you, please don't go there. They're right. And you gotta keep in mind that you're not alone. Shorthalt pats you on the shoulder, smiling as he steps into the swirling snowflakes. There is a bunch of people waiting for you, no? He, too, catches up to Short Halt and vanishes into the seemingly endless snowfield. Commandant. Can I really stay? Can I really believe what they said? Can I really believe that they'll make it here before Vonnegut picks up Cathilla? That this disaster will be nipped in the bud before it wreaks any damage? That what happened at Puglia Forest Park won't happen again? And that you won't be bedridden and powerless while those you hold dear sacrifice? You find yourself swinging between the two choices. T-minus 13 hours. Cold droplets fall on the face, awakening the one wandering in dreams. When you open your eyes, the absurd paradise, having peeled away, now shows its true colors. Before you know it, Lamia is back to being soaked from head to toe. I found Short Halt's name tag. She places a rusted name tag next to you. Thank you. The egg. I gave it to no one, so... She hesitates, unsure whether to hold your hands. I've placed some protective barriers beneath you. This place is back to being the hetero creature it was, and is dangerous to humans. There were more things holding Cathilla in place than I thought, so it took me quite some time to break them. But it all worked. We're leaving the seabed now, and will soon reach the sea surface. Tears trickling down Lamia's cheeks land on your tattered jacket. Is she crying when she's got nothing but good news to share? Hang in there. We're almost there. Yes, I know. I'm hanging in here for people who are waiting for me. She nods sadly. Just how long has it been already? It's been about over 10 hours. No, I mean, how long have they been waiting for me? What's the date now? My terminal still worked when we first fell in here. I guess it's probably March 30th or 31st, taking into account how long we've been spending in here. What? Huh? I mean, it could be either March 30th or 31st now. Are you sure? It's April Fool's Day. Any idea what we're getting Commandant this year? This is the last thing you heard Lucia say before you went missing. Yeah. What year is it now? The mermaid, taken aback, utters a number. A whole year has passed since you went missing. Are you certain? I am, because I checked the time before we fell in here. I remember going missing on April 1st, which means... When was the last time you saw me? She falls silent, your seemingly weird questions apparently starting to make sense to her. So this is what that was all about. Are you the very Commandant that Grey Raven is leaving no stone unturned trying to find? Or are you one of the 5 they don't care about at all? Or maybe you are the true one, but Grey Raven has located one of the 5 and halted their pursuit of you. Neither Lamia nor Lithos lied. It all makes sense now. You remember the name Noan, but not this incident? The current you isn't the you who knows what's happened to his eyes. You've been in a state of memory loss. Or rather, there are a bunch of your clones here with no memories. So, you're the real deal? Your complete memories, the terminal that Lee left you with, and all the messages from everyone. Don't think you're gonna be happy seeing 5 copies of yourself, are you? Well, guess this is just where accidents and memory loss come in handy. Who else am I if I am not myself? But what about the other Grey Ravens? What would they make of you when they finally find you and see that you've lost all your memories? But you were dreaming of them just now. All of this would have been true had they not been deceived. Or this is beyond absurd, which it is. In any case, this, you know, is a dream that will never come true. It's me. I've been abandoned. What did you say? They aren't coming. No one is coming to stop Cadilla. From the get-go, the abandoned are the only ones partaking in this parade that takes place at this slaughterhouse. Shorthalt, who's deemed dead. Noan, who made the wrong choice. Cinderelic, who finished all preparations, only to find her target gone. The desperate who have gone missing. And you yourself, who has been sleeping here for a whole year. Reaching for Lamia, your hand falls powerlessly, like an apple ripe to the point of rotting, and lands on the ground, making a slimy sound. You might have lived with more honor throughout your life than you could have hoped for, but none of that hardly matters when you've been reduced down to a bloody pulp, looking death straight in the eye. But this makes no sense at all. You're supposed to be indispensable to Babylonia. Being the cautious ascendant that she is, Lamia has never let her guard down, thinking that the world would forsake her the moment she screws up, or proves anything less than useful. Which is why she respects people who garner others' respect, and possess a wealth of knowledge without having to work overly hard to prove their worth. She's seeing one such person right before her, and yet... I can't believe they abandoned you. Just like that. But worth is relative. What's valuable to some may be worthless to others. Which is why you never want to measure things by their worth. So, when you think about the Little Mermaid, you wouldn't say her tail is worthless, would you? Simply because she gave it up so she could have a place in mankind's world. And a noble prince is as good as a rug if he fails to live up to people's expectations. Not trying to say I've ever been any sort of prince, though, of course. You see, I've been working harder than most people. Because I know I'm the exact opposite of a genius. But that makes no sense! 931206. This has been my terminal's passcode for as long as God only knows. 931206? Well, I can't become a construct like you. Because I don't have copolymer adaptability. But I hate the idea of being babysat, and would rather get sent to the front lines. 931206 is the code of the copolymer test report that's been kept out of the eyes of the world. And every time I punch these numbers in, I tell myself that the only way I have is forward. So I need to give everything my best while I'm still alive. I mean, I'm still far from being perfect, and there have been moments in my life that I regret. But I've already come as far as I could have. And I think this is where I meet my end. But you're speaking too soon. There's still time to act. Hopelessly broken, however, your heart is telling you to forfeit, even when there is still time. You don't have to feel regretful. I am just one of your enemies. And a normal human being. See, I don't even have what it takes to make it out of this place. When they left me here on my own to rot. But you're not alone when it comes to, I don't even have what it takes to make it out of this place. I was always like that before I came to this place. But I have come a long way since. And it's all because I embraced this egg. And I revert back to my old self the moment I let go of it. Which is why I never really wanted to let it go. Lamia, I understand how difficult it is to let wishes go. I have a lot of wishes myself, too. So I'm not going to ask you to let yours go. If anything, I'd ask you to be just a little greedier. A little greedier. This truth that you said you wanted to look for in the starry sky. Are you sure you'd be happy and satisfied if there's nothing else but this truth you spoke of? So please, do make people who want to live on part of your wishes. You've got all the time there is to cross paths with them, hold their hands, and set sail for the starry sky that you've always wanted to go to. Dare to want more, Lamia. You can barely hear your own voice now. Life's existence on Earth is a miracle in itself. Those who are important to you, I'm sure they brought you into this world because they wanted to pass this miracle on. Yes, I see why they had to send me away now. Right. So promise me this. will you? But why are we still talking about these when I've already handed the egg over? Because you seem regretful. Maybe these words won't make a difference. No, it's okay. I understand what you're saying, and I promise I'll be greedier. But I still think you're speaking too soon. But I'm sure they aren't coming. And there's only one way to stop Cathilla now. Entrusting the Ascendant with your hope, you close your eyes in exhaustion and start humming a tune you know by heart. The stars gaze upon the sea. In its embrace lie the sails. The only reason I can be here and talk about these things with you is because people before my time shed their blood to keep me safe. And I'm sure the same can be said about you, too. But why does it have to end this way? But I thought you were super lucky and invincible. Like the heroes from those stories. So why? Why does it have to be here? Of all places? I guess I'm probably just not the person you think I am. I have one last wish. I'm listening. I don't want to die at the hands of the Grey Ravens. So do me this one favor. When I've become one with Cathilla, you... Lamia's warm tears land on your blistering skin, causing pangs of pain. Got it. I'll give it my best try. Thank you, Lamia. I can't thank you enough. This, with the last ounce of your being, jerk your name tag off and place it next to Lamia's tail, alongside Shorthalt's. I'd really appreciate it if you could leave this on the shore for me. Okay. Thank you. Now, let me go, Lamia. Right. Farewell, then. All your pent-up regrets, the blood you haven't shed, and the remaining 12.5 hours, all sink into the red mud with these words. And gone are those hands that she'd never have a chance to hold again. Oh, that was heavy. Oh boy. So, I think what just happened is that the Commandant I've been playing as the whole time was just one of the clones. And I think that they just died. So I don't know where the timeline works here. Because like I don't know, like has the clone me gone through everything that I've gone through in the story, or like was the clone me not familiar with recent story developments has a whole year actually passed. And, like, the real Commandant has just been doing other things in that intervening year. I don't know. I hope I can find that out. But anyway, looks like we're getting to a big boss fight. Parade of Corpses. April 1st, early morning. 1 full year has passed by since the Grey Raven Commandant went missing. Containing the Commandant's body, the whale-shaped coffin breaks free of the deep sea's confinement, with the other 612 souls lost here. They are the forgotten, no longer anyone's concern. Filled with regret, confusion, and solitude are their deaths. And the end they hope to reach is still nowhere in sight. But at this moment, if this were the only moment they were given to do so, please allow us to chant the songs of old, turn those tunes into lengthy whale songs, and step onto a path of no return amidst these sighs. We have come thus far down the path that those who came before us had paved with their blood. And now, I'm passing down to people coming after me this life that has only managed to make it this far because of all of you. Even though we have become part of the red tide, our laments unanswered. We will continue to search for our path, even in death, marching in the parade as corpses. Oh! Lilith! So it looks like Babylonia knows what's going on, at least. Oh god. Ah! Can I hurt it?
Out of my sight! Quiet!
Ugh.
It hurts.
Now, okay, this is weird. Oh, cannons? What are these? Am I supposed to hit them? Ah! The fuck? Ah! Where did you go? Ah!
It hurts.
Did I get eaten? Come on.
Out of my sight!
Back to the gun. Where? Where are you? Hi. Are you still there? Okay. Ah!
It hurts.
Ah! I got in its mouth again!
Quiet. Get out.
Yeah, take that.
Get out of my quiet.
Come on.
Get out of my sight. Quiet.
I'm kicking ass here, I think. Hi there. No! Where did you go? Ah! I hit you a little bit. Okay. Ah!
It hurts. Quiet.
No! Ah! I dashed into it! I didn't mean to! That's not what I wanted!
Quiet. Get out of my
Oh.
sight.
Ah! Have I done it? Do I need to hit it with the gun? What? What's it doing? Ooh, she looks determined. What? What is even... What? Is this where the womb is supposed to come? No, because Cathilla is the big whale. Aha! So this is like part 2.
Quiet. Get out of my sight.
Ah, I didn't mean to do that. Ow.
It hurts. Get out.
I didn't mean to do that again.
Quiet. Get out of my sight.
Oh dear. I might just have to wait for it to come back. Ah! Oh god!
It hurts.
Oh! Ah! What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Does it matter? Does the color matter? Oh wait, am I supposed to match them? Okay. I think I get it now. I'm hurting it a lot, right? Right? I'm doing a good job, right? That's not the right one. Fuck. Ugh. Uh-oh, not again.
It hurts.
Ah. Did I? It told me to hit. It told me to do my basic attack. Did I do something? I don't know what happened.
It hurts.
Come on.
Get out of my sight.
Hey.
Get out of my sight. Quiet.
Oh man. Bye, little water droplets. Wait. Ah! Ha! Oh! Ah! What's gonna happen now? Well, this is fine. It's Lamia.
Get out of my quiet.
Is it? Did I get it? Ah! Time for an underwater part of the battle. Dark Tide form? Okay, okay. The silent last word. Part 2! Boss fight part 2! Yeah! Woohoo! Yeah, this must be against Cathilla's main body. Or, yeah. Hi. She is disrupting my mind. I must do something about it. Can I... Ah!
It hurts.
Can I hit that thing? Oh, that's the egg, isn't it?
Quiet. Get out of my sight.
Oh, is she protecting the egg?
Of my quiet.
Nice try.
It hurts.
Ah! I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Get out of my sight.
I'm trying to beat the offspring.
Out of
Did I do it? Oh no.
It hurts.
Have I already lost all my HP once?
Get out of my sight! Yeah, like boom! Quiet! Get out of here! Die! Sink to the bottom of the...
Oh. Oh. Ooh. Okay. This is new. Ah! Oh, fuck.
It hurts.
Oh, jeez.
Quiet! Get out of my gas! Like boom! Get out of here! Die! Sink to the bottom of this sea! Quiet! Get out of my sight!
Ah! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Wait. Let's talk about this. Yeah, like boom! Get out of here! Die!
Oh!
Sink to the bottom of this sea!
Is she dead? She's not dead.
Quiet!
This is the fairy tale ending.
Quiet! Get out of my sight! Yeah, like boom! It hurts.
Again!
Quiet! Get out of here! Die! Sink to the bottom of this sea!
Oh. Eh? So... Lamia's still got the egg? I don't know if that's a good thing. Well... That's all for the gameplay part. Now I've just got maybe... Yeah, like, I've got 2 more scenes left to go. Starlit Wish. With her singing and tears, she sends the love letter that can never reach the stars to their reflections. The egg's, Cinderella's consciousness is quickly dissipating. Before long, she will be completely shattered and turn into a bunch of chaotic data that, just like all the normal hetero creatures, is completely worthless. Holding the dimming chunk of red in her arms, the mermaid slowly makes her way toward the exit of her dream, where the single-winged girl stands. It seems that this illusion is the last obsession she harbors within the egg. This is a long time coming. The girl gazes at the illusory horizon as she whispers to the stars. I wanted to show Kana's father the true worth of Project Cradle, and that it would have been a success anyway if he hadn't rushed things or decided to call it quits. I've done so much. Why did he choose to end his life down the new path? What do I even have to show for everything I've done? I've got all these points, but can't buy what I've always wanted to buy. Cinderella tiptoes and reaches her hand into the faraway sky. She tries to grasp something in there, but flying is not something she can do with her single wing. Had she listened to Kana and left the building back then, she probably would have ended up better off than she is now. And yet, no one has shown her the world out there before she made her choice. The only light she had in her world was Mother and Kana, so it's only natural for her decision to have been influenced by them. This, no matter how one cuts it, is a tragedy of utter boredom, coming to an end as abruptly as Project Cradle, something that they called a pipe dream. When the disappointed audience is all left, only one spectator climbs onto the stage and desperately cries out on behalf of the deceased. Project Cradle is worthwhile and didn't need to be abandoned. So let's at least leave their traces behind. All right. It took a certain spectator a few decades to finally get here, but here they are, finally holding those hands that can't reach the sky. Please, allow me. Are you sure this will do? Starting over is going to be even more difficult without Cradle. Yes, this is what Vonnegut wants. We need to prioritize preserving the Commandant's consciousness. They tried to break Cadilla's shackles at the cost of their life, and it's a decision that deserves our respect. Well, gotta say, this is one hell of a loss we're suffering from. A lot of plans need to start from scratch. And I'm sure this also means that certain gentleman no longer has the luxury of doing his research behind the scenes like he always has. No? True. He said the hetero zone is about to expand, although he didn't say why he thought that. But what can we do without Cradle? We can't stop the expansion, and we can't convert them into our army anymore. He asked me to come down here to lend y'all a hand the moment I woke up, so I know nothing about the specifics of these. We should head back before Babylonia's people get here. We need to hatch the child as soon as we can, since we don't have Cradle around. The boy soothes the egg in his arms gently. All right. By the way, I still owe you a proper greeting here, don't I? Nice to meet you, Lithos. Pleasure is all mine, Lilith. So, is that the real one? The downpour is reminiscent of one's vomit, as much as it is of the tears that the dead didn't have the time to shed. After the two ascendants have left, Lamia waits in the rain for a long time before Babylonia's army hurries to the place they once stood. Everything happened as the Commandant had anticipated. She would have been taken away by the Ascendants, who came ready to do their job if the Commandant failed to merge with Cathilla's consciousness. For the last time, the mermaid looks at the egg in her arms, hugs her tightly, then dives into the sea and swims toward the crowd. High concentration of the punishing detected. We have an incoming Ascendant. An Ascendant is coming this way. We need elite squad here now. An Ascendant, they said. Which makes sense. Why would they address her as Lamia anyway? To them, an Ascendant is all that Lamia is. It's okay. She's mentally prepared for this. Lamia raises her head, the same way she did in the cold rain on the day she set sail. With all the laser sights trained at her in hostility, leaving her covered in countless red dots, everyone is on high alert, waiting for her next move. As the torrential downpour slaps against the water, she can feel the noise sounding through her heart. They all stand silently as they wait for elite squad to arrive. None of them dares to lay a finger on this Ascendant that suddenly showed up out of nowhere. So, she takes the initiative and speaks first. I just wanted to give these back to you guys. She takes out 2 name tags and places them on the shore at their feet. Did you kill them? No, I didn't. These name tags belong to Shorthalt and the Grey Raven Commandant. Wait, did you really just say what I think you said? I don't know about Shorthalt, but the Grey Ravens are all alive and well. Are you sure? My name tag? Through a narrow gap comes a human in perfect condition, observing Lamia quietly. Yes. They seem like a star. One that seems like one she's seen before, yet too far beyond her reach. She looks at this person, who stands in front of her now with every last inch of their skin intact, and not a single droplet of blood dripping. At this moment, she hopes the human could stay this way forever. Why do you have this? Oblivious to what's going through Lamia's mind, the human picks up the name tags and begins scrutinizing them. Lamia isn't sure how to explain herself, so people won't think she's lying. Then it hits Lamia that she's holding the ultimate trump card. 931206. Does that ring a bell? Lamia sees a subtle change on the human's face. You told me about this. Well, another you, that is. They told me that they had been abandoned before they died, right before me. What? Surrounded by people with weapons who are closing in on her, Lamia finds herself trembling like a plucked string. Please, give me a few moments to tell you everything. Okay. With it, the tense crowd takes half a step back, giving Lamia enough room to work up her courage to recount her journey. She speaks of how she encountered wounded, lost souls in the Cradle slaughterhouse, how they planned to escape together, only to witness them sacrificing themselves one by one. How she lived through their regrets, their memories, and their final words, and how she accepted the last wish coming from the Grey Raven Commandant. we figured out a way to reach the world outside. We established a connection with Babylonia, but never got a response. The human before Lamia falls silent without raising any question. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Yes, Celica Oh, come on, this is an emotional moment. Why can't I just say words right? Yes, Celica came to check on me as soon as she got my call. And they took our call as some sort of prank because they already had you here? Can I ask you a question? She probably already knows the answer to the question. Still, she wants to bring this up one last time before she gives everything away. Let's say you found yourself in a situation where you could either save yourself if you waited for just a few dozen hours longer, or sacrifice yourself to save someone else. Would you still, for a future that's not your own, sacrifice your own chance at life? I would. Why? Lamia looks up as she questions the human, knowing that the human is no longer the person she knows them to be. You'd do that at the cost of your life? But what do you stand to gain from it? What do we stand to gain from it? Please tell me. I can't give you a reason that's universal and impressive. To me, it's not about what I stand to gain from it. I'd do it because that's what I'd prefer to do. Everyone sees different things in sparks. And those things vary depending on what people see and know. For me, this spark is the people in my life who are still alive. So I want them to live longer and happier than myself. And you, Lamia? The human says her name softly. What is it that you came here for, knowing that you might not be able to leave?
I came to...
The lone mermaid holds up the dead egg in her arms, making herself completely vulnerable.
I came to fulfill my wish in the most perfect way possible.
Lamia answers firmly. She looks these people in the eye, knowing full well that she will have to part ways with mankind the moment she hands over the egg. Are the people here part of this wish that you're talking about?
Yes. So please, take her with you. This is her wish. As much as it is a request from both me and you. Just be careful. You don't want to touch her because, to you people, she's still a hetero creature.
She's no stranger to what hetero creatures are capable of, and the last thing she wants is to see the tragedy repeat itself. Okay. A few seconds later, Lamia sees an isolation case passed into the Commandant's hands. Seeing the Commandant come close this way with the isolation case, and the rest of them exchange knowing looks, she knows that they're ready to capture her. And that's when it hits her that, even after everything she has done, the humans still don't see her as an equal. She can hear the deafening warning bell coming from inside of herself. And as soon as she puts the egg in the case, Thank you, Lamia. She's gone. Hurry up and look for her. Lamia vanishes, sinking into the deep sea. The story comes to an end as the villain, for a tomorrow that in all likelihood will never come, hands over power that has the potential to destroy the world. All her wishes, like bubbles of greed, are handed over to the people on the shore. The heroes must be happy about this, right? But why is Lamia, who's the villain in the story, feeling happy too? Unable to find an answer, the mermaid drifts with the currents, only surfacing at a safe distance when the voices on the shore have faded with the storm. The sky, before she knows it, has cleared up. The bright, starry sky and the lonely moon gaze at the sea surface, twinkling along with the distant lights. She steadies her floating body on the sea, looking at the shore. The crowd looking for her slowly moves away, among whom are the Grey Ravens and their commandant. These people sparkle in the lights, redolent of distant stars shining in her eyes. For a moment, she thought she saw that human stopping in their tracks and turning her way. For a moment, she thought she heard someone saying something to her. Would it still be a simple thank you? How wonderful would it be to hear another thank you and see another friendly look in those eyes? Is this asking for too much? But asking for more than they deserve is what villains usually do, no? But out here, she hears nothing but the whispers of the wind and the waves. The mermaid remains watchful for a long time, until all the lights vanish in the distance. She lifts her head, seeking a more eternal light from the star-filled sky. So far away. Be it their silhouette or the stars in the sky. The stars. She once had the chance to touch the stars, but willingly let it go. Because I remember those words. Keep pursuing the starry sky and never stop moving forward. And I'll always remember them. She remembers what the human commandant said, and this is how she has been living up to those words. Now, instead of plowing ahead alone with the egg, she's keeping around those who can move forward. I have no regrets. Lamia has asked herself again and again, and her answer never changed. It's just... she might have no regrets, but that doesn't mean she doesn't still long for humans and the starry sky, or that she doesn't feel sad and lonely, knowing that she's getting exiled to the deep sea. But I'm not giving up. Someday, she will step into that distant starry sky, without leaving anyone behind, that is. But how much longer is that going to take? It's going to take a long, long time. The mermaid has an infinite amount of time. Dejected, she looks down at her fishtail that the ocean is embracing. The sea holds the reflections of the star, in the same way her eyes once held the silhouettes of the people she saw. The stars gaze upon the sea. In its embrace lie the sails. And now, alone, she starts singing the song she's just learned, one that doesn't belong to her. to the reflections of the stars that are within her reach. She knows that this is just herself, an outcast, trying to make herself feel better. Being a villain driven into exile, she can only pretend that she once belonged to that kingdom where only heroes lived. Drip. When her tears drip into the ocean, the ripples form an eye that drinks in all the stars she yearns for. With her singing and tears, she sends the love letter that can never reach the stars to their reflections. (931-206). Numbers or letters? A trap or coincidence? Several months later, a woman who seems out of place enters the dimly lit laboratory base. It's been a while. Please, pardon my uninvited presence, but I came because I noticed that you had obtained the key. Yes, she's about to hatch. His gaze falls upon the small tree of life. The egg, sitting in the crimson, beats like a heart. So, the key. Would it be safe to see it as that commandant's daughter? I'd say the key is more like the actual commandant. The introduction didn't go well. The memories and consciousness aren't entirely complete. I saw several shards that belonged to others. Seems like this return ticket that you found isn't all that perfect. The woman pauses for a moment, deep in thought. What do you plan to do about the heterozone? I'm going to pay Luna a visit. What's going to happen after you leave? I'll leave it all to Lilith, since she's always wanted to be an agent. Not to Lithos? I need to set him free. I owe him that. She smiles, returning her gaze to the egg. I'm a bit curious. Why did you choose this commandant when anyone with a stable mind can be the core of the key? I need someone who understands the cost of power. The key isn't just a tool. She possesses her own consciousness. Having to go down the same path again and again is torturing, and few have what it takes to stand that. Most people use this power to satisfy their own desires, once they realize what they are capable of. And we both know what can happen when that happens. I wish the best of luck to you and your new key with passing through the door. Don't worry, though. We're not interested in seeing Earth's civilizations destroyed, and your growth would only make it more likely for the rules to be broken. As far as I am concerned, you'll only have the time to take care of those little wishes when you're done with this here. If you're talking about the war between the Punishing and humans, all I need to do is find and train people who are capable of fighting the virus. It doesn't matter what their affiliation is. Although I'm more inclined to believe in ascendance and the filtering. You're far less interesting than when you were still alive, Professor. So much so that I barely recognize you now. You might be able to get out of the closed loop of time now, but you're no longer the same person that you were. The figure in the dark says nothing in response. Regardless of the outcome, this path is exactly the one I set out to take. And how's that for being interesting to you? With it, the two fall silent, looking at the egg in silence. She can no longer find herself. She sweeps her cloak aside and holds the egg in her arms. Let's give her a new name. A new name is going to help her hatch sooner. How does Billy Pilgrim sound? Well, I guess this name suits you better now, doesn't it? That's a terrible joke, madam. The agent, with the same poker face, rejects the suggestion with a joking tone. Chaos. Let's stick with that for the time being, until she names herself. The merciful one nods, placing the soon-to-hatch egg back into the miniature tree of life. The two wait in silence until the egg's shell cracks with her restless movements. As the blood on its body slowly disappears, the hetero creature, roughly about the same size as a doll, sits quietly among the chains with its eyes closed. She laughs, as if coming to a sudden realization. So this is your choice, huh? In her whisper, the pale child quietly opens her eyes. In the afternoon on the same day, Babylonia. Returning Short Halt's name tag, they concluded all summaries and reports of this operation. Finally getting a break from all the tedious work, the Grey Raven Commandant is now back in Grey Raven's Situation Room. One of the clones of the Grey Raven Commandant died in the accident. This is how they concluded the incident. Commander Nicola believes this to be one of the Ascendant's schemes. They won't hesitate to leave your clones to rot, as long as they have you back at Babylonia, and you know that they do this on purpose. Clones have been around for some years now. When you first went missing, your disappearance was meant for your memories to be synchronized with the clones. Except the success was low, and they only ended up with one exceptional case with your memories. I still remember what happened during those few days. April 16th, day 16 since you went missing. A human awakened naked in an old, filthy underground laboratory. I was bound to an operating table at the time. You would have been completely naked had it not been for the old blanket covering your lower body. Breaking free of your restraints and kicking down the door barefoot, you started looking for help in the deserted building. Not long into looking for help in the makeshift shoes you came up with, using discarded cardboard strips of cloth, you ran into a construct. The construct offered you help, but soon showed his true colors when he led you into another trap. You thought you'd made it out of hell, only to be led straight back to Lithos. The patrolling defectors, corrupted, strolling down the alleys, fanatics of Scarlet Revelation, their crazy minions. And it didn't help that the place was as complicated as an inescapable maze. It took me 4 good days to finally make it out of that place. Then, Lucia told you that the Grey Ravens had saved a clone of you around Fort Winter in the early hours of April 16th. The clone had no memories whatsoever and died in the emergency room soon after waking up. And that's when we lost yet another source of information. On April 20th, the battered human got their second chance to escape. They knocked the guard guarding the refugees out cold, and took the liberty to borrow the guard's jacket. Having learned your lesson the hard way, and decided not to ever Not to never trust anyone again? On the way? Okay. You headed straight up the bumpy mountain path. It didn't take long for your pursuers to catch up to you, except you were well prepared this time around. With the traps and boulders that you set up beforehand behind the rocks of the mountain, you took out a construct that came looking for you with a terminal. You were about to send out a distress signal when you realized that your pursuers' terminals were all on the lookout for just that. Stricken by despair and about to give up all hope, you see him. What are you doing here wearing someone else's jacket? That was the first time you saw a familiar face in days, plunging you into yet another storm with the Forsaken. But when everything was taken care of, the Grey Ravens finally found their commandant, who retained every last bit of memories. Aside from a few minor physical injuries here and there, and a gap in memory from April 1st to April 16th, the commandant was otherwise perfectly normal. You went through proper examinations and a healing program upon returning to Babylonia. Through the proper care they received, you made a swift recovery, to the point where you were able to enjoy card games by the bed in your hospital room with Vanessa and Simon. Vanessa always looks bitter when recounting this thrilling escape adventure. I'd only describe your luck as impossible. See, people are usually goners if they ever go missing for as long as you did. Impossible luck, huh? The only sacrifice in the incident was an overlooked clone. The real protagonist has long since returned to their own story. Life is full of unexpected turns, but you know that you would have made the same decision had you been given another chance, so long as you live with those memories. But is that all there is to it? The results are in. No signs of accelerated growth on account of medication. Professor Hippocrates paid you a visit the day you were discharged from the hospital. That means you're the real deal. Is this result reliable? All the data came directly from the lab, so there's no way it could be wrong. Or are you so on edge that you suspect there's a traitor, even among the Star of Life? She tosses over a case file. Here, your test report is here, on paper. Hold on to it yourself. No one can do anything with this copy. If you feel something's off, list out the issues and we'll redo the test results. Thank you. After leaving the Star of Life, you dove right into the next mission, helping the Purifying Force eliminate traitors and formulate prevention and resettlement measures. This has lasted for nearly a year. That which binds someone to a certain place is never any sort of chains or cruel punishment, but sweet home, as Bianca always says. Rumor has it that recall is a big fat lie, and that Babylonia has been deceiving people for years. Some who claimed to have made it work were later found suspicious. They might have defected for a variety of reasons, but this, I think, is the biggest one. We can't just leave an execution chamber behind and try to stop people from running away by putting them to death. Because people who know they're going to be tortured to death can do about just anything. The reform plan she formulated is well underway, and it needs to be maintained going forward. But most investigations into those who had gone missing yielded positive results, save for Betha, the old man who was seen by the river before going missing, and was never seen again from April 1st until autumn. After much deliberation, you decided to give Noan, who for some reason showed up at the river on April 1st and was, as a result, put under surveillance, the benefit of the doubt and showed him a video of the old man. And after a moment of silence, he slowly revealed the identity of this old man. He worked as an executive for an underground arms deal back in the Golden Age, and was also one of those who financially supported the orphanage. When his boss died during the Great Evacuation, he took over part of his boss's business. These are all the things Rachel, my teacher, told me. Taking advantage of his connections with Actilec Commercial Alliance, Corono, and Babylonia, Bethe took weapons from them that they didn't need, and sold them to people who needed weapons to fend for themselves during the apocalypse. Remember how they said the blueprint of the Rev Blade was an old one that Babylonia had discarded 10 years earlier when the blueprint was sent to them? I got this blueprint from that certain teacher, who had purchased it from Bethe herself. The blueprint then went into circulation, and somehow found its way back to Babylonia. And only a handful of people in the world know where he went when he's so well known? He rarely meets people in person unless they're his regulars. I only saw him because of Fontaine. Do you remember Fontaine? I do. Liv brought her up before. Fontaine's husband and I are both merchants. He told me that Fontaine had gone missing, and asked for my help looking for her when we crossed paths with each other one day at a base. I'm pretty sure Fontaine was a pregnant woman who died during an earlier chapter, but her baby survived. I think so. Because, I mean, that's that's pretty fitting of the namesake Fontaine from Les Miserables. So, with the clues Fontaine had left along her journey, we found Bethe's basement. The smell of rotting flesh and excrement, scratches from fingernails on the walls, broken finger bones in the ventilation duct, and photos of the children. Noan furrowed as he recalled the living hell he had seen there. Back then, we were so focused on trying to save Fontaine that we let Bethe slip right through our fingers. What happened to you wouldn't have happened had we gotten rid of him then. Learning of what had happened, the young man, usually calm and gentle, became unusually upset. And after that, Bethe. The sound of the bell reminding you of the strategy meeting pulls you right back from memory lane. Looking up, you find yourself once again back in the empty lounge. Celica did send you a message in a rush to check on you before the gigantic whale hopped out of the sea. Back then, everyone thought it was a trick that the Ascendants were trying to pull. Could things have taken a different course had you taken the message seriously? But had you saved your other self, how were you supposed to deal with everything that ensued? You pull the drawer open and see the case file sitting quietly at the very bottom. When you first got it and went through the first few pages of the report, you saw that they were full of medical terms and data. Seeing as you could barely get any useful information from it, you put it back where it was. It's been a year since, and you now lay the report in front of you across the table. The pages are still filled with the same medical terms, and going through them page by page, you are still as clueless as ever. Right when you're about to put the report back into the case file, you catch a handwritten serial number on the very last page, making you curious instantly. Illegible to the point of being almost undecipherable, the letters and numbers seem to be saying that the parade of the dead is still ongoing. What does that mean? Okay, well, that's the end of the chapter. It was pretty fun. It was, I mean, it was really heavy. It was sad, but you know that can be fun when you're prepared for it. I had a good time, and I hope that anybody watching, even for just a little bit, also had a good time. Yeah. I feel sad for Lamia. I think it'd be nice if she and the other, like, playable ascendants could really become our allies. I'm hoping that that happens in the future. And, I'm really worried about whatever happened at the end there. Commandant's daughter? Question mark? And also the serial number that's the same as the password. I'm worried, to say the least. Anyway, I know that a couple of friends of mine were streaming, so I guess I'll try and raid them. I've never done this before. I think one of them is still streaming. It looks like they're still here in the options, so I guess I'm going to raid my friend Reisna? I say my friend, I mean, I think we're friends? I don't know. I guess we don't know each other, like, super well, but we played some games together, and I had a good time with her. So, yeah. I would say, like, friendship from my side, at least. But anyway, I'm gonna go raid her. I had a lot of fun. And thanks to everybody who watched, even if you only watched for just a little bit, or even if you only had the stream window open in the background. It means a lot to me. But anyway, let's go, let's raid, and I'll say goodbye. Bye, everybody. I hope you have a nice night, and I guess a nice week going forward. Bye!